All right. Let's see if we can. It's telling me that I'm not live, but at the same time, it's saying that I am live, so a little confused by that. So I'm gonna figure this out real quick, just in case I am live. Kind of hang in there, and we will see. Let me switch back to this. Yeah, I mean it says right there. So at a 30-second-ish delay. Okay. I mean, I'll trust this. I don't know why the YouTube Studio is telling me that it's not streaming. It's a little weird because I am, but I mean, if I'm live and people can see it, then I don't really have a major complaint. So it says I'm live, so we will roll with that. I'm just gonna continue to get set up. All right, I think we're good. I'm just gonna post something, and then I'll start the recording and get to studying. That's good enough for me, honestly. So shooey. All right. Let's start this recording and get it popping. All right. StudyVlog week 1, anatomy, day 2, upper body. Time to get after it. I honestly don't have much of a plan today. With heads, I had a little bit more of an idea of what I wanted to do. With the upper body, I didn't give it that much thought. I mean, I did, but I never settled on anything that I was comfortable with. Maybe confident with or something. I don't know. But gonna try and figure these shapes out today. So what I'm gonna plan on doing is I've got some references from just different shows. I think this is Superman and Shazam. There's some Avatar stuff in here as well. But essentially what I want to do is, I call it the lines within the lines, but I want to look at some of the undersketching, like these kind of lines, because these are the finals, right? Like, that's cool, but getting an idea, for me personally, getting a grasp of some of those undersketches and stuff, and how you can turn something like this, like into this, is that's what I want to kind of capture, because there's a lot of things in here, those repeating shapes and forms that I want to get a grasp on. And so to do that, what I'm going to do, or what I'm going to attempt to do, is to kind of draw over a little bit, and then eventually through imitation and repetition, I will be able to replicate. I think that's what I said the other day, something like that. It was like understanding, imitation, replication, right? So I want to build an understanding of these shapes and forms, then imitate those things through that understanding, not just imitate blindly, because then you end up using shorthand and tricks that you don't quite understand how they connect to the body, and then it ends up looking weird, in my opinion. So want to build that understanding, imitate some of those things, and then hopefully by the end of today I can start replicating like I did here, and be able to push some of my own artwork to just be better all around. Better forms, better shapes, better anatomy, better understanding, things like that. So that's the plan for today. Other than that, I don't really have too much of an idea exactly where I want to go and how I want to take it. I want to tackle upper body, but not just that. I want to get some understanding of the back in there, and how to simplify those shapes and lines and things like that. I want to better understand the neck and the traps and their relationship to the shoulders. Excuse me. And I would like to. I mean, really, those are the things that stick out to me that I would like to have better understanding with. The hips, this little trick for the hips has like helped me immensely. Um, and I'll kind of start yapping. I'll start yapping about that. I don't know. Here in a bit, I'm sure when I get to it. But um, drawing the hips like this has helped out a lot for me personally, and really just thinking of the body as like this kind of a shape for like whatever you want to do, whether that be like a bend, for example, something like weird like that, or like, I don't know, maybe even something extreme like a bend backwards or something. It's thinking of the body as like this shape has helped me a lot. Not just like you know, the hips and the ribs. I think that's good to start, but just connect these. I don't know. That's me. That's how I feel about it. Get rid of that. Boom. There you go. That's perfect. That's good enough for most anything you would need to quickly indicate. And then I think, you know, like I said, having a better understanding of the relationship between the traps and the neck and the shoulders, I think is going to help me a lot after today. So that's the plan, at least the soft plan. That's what I'm going to go with. And so I'm going to start getting into that now. I don't know if I want to, I think I've not really exhausted, but I think I've done most everything I would like to do with this page. So I'm going to try and find one that appeals to me and just start scooping things from that. In fact, actually, there's one here at the beginning that has some really appealing shapes. Like this one. This is a great one just to start with, I guess. Why not? Start with this one, and then we'll just get the ball rolling. You can kind of see all of those things I was talking about. So, starting off, I'm going to take it kind of slow at first. This isn't how I would necessarily draw if I was just like quickly putting something down. But I'm going to take a little bit slower, try and think about these shapes, and not just like the shape that they have, but try and think about the 3D form that they're alluding to on this 2D plane, and see if I can't, again, build that understanding first. So, yeah. This one doesn't have too much of an undersketch, but it is good enough. And I want to like pay close attention to some of these like repeating like ideas or like shorthands, like this right here, like the chest, like it's a lot of like this, like you'll have your center line, and then it's a lot of these like repeated things. You see it, and you know, you see it over here, over here. It's like a repeated shape, right? It's one of those repeated things that I would like to have a better grasp on. So that's one to look out for. I'm not focusing on the head, so I'm gonna just block out the neck, which I think is good in this situation personally, because again, I really want to focus on trying to build an understanding of like how these different pieces of the upper body connect to each other, and some of those things that stick out, you get bogged or you get distracted by, like things like the head. I'm not gonna try and overcomplicate learning the anatomy or refreshing myself on anatomy today, just because the upper body has so many parts. I don't want to I feel like I would just go on and on and on about like learning more and more from that. So I'm gonna try and keep it simple and just focus on these kind of repeating shapes, right? I love how free these lines get. Like for example, like on these, like this arm is so, like it makes sense, right? But it visually it looks so strange the way that it's like breaking. But I guess that's just part of the dynamism. So, you know, it's pretty cool. But yeah, I think that's good for this first breakdown. And essentially after I've copied it, what I want to do is just a repeat of last night, at least for me. Yo, what's up, dude? I love how you are going where the lines go. The shorthand's crazy. Dude, it's phenomenal. It's so good. You know, some of these artists, I think most of these are Kihun, if not all of them are Kihun Ryu. But yeah, like trying to, you know, look at some of these like ones that are nice enough to include the undersketch, and seeing that shorthand like you're talking about is just, it's so awesome. So I don't really have a plan for these colors. I've just been kind of like picking what appeals to me so that I can block out some of these shapes. But some of the areas that I do want to separate are the traps, and I think I might even take it a step further on this one. Honestly, I'll use a darker blue to go with the blue, just because on this one you can kind of see the relationship between the chest and the shoulders. I think that's a little bit too dark. We'll use I don't really have a good one. We'll use this one, I guess. Why not? Keep it simple. Stupid. Watching your progress for months, I love how your stuff is coming out. Thank you, man. I really do appreciate that. I'm trying to do more than just mindless drawing, you know. I want to definitely build more of an understanding. So, thank you. You inspired me while I've been learning how to storyboard in Blender, and it's been amazing. Dude, that's super sick. I want to get into Blender Grease Pencil, and I've got a bud that I want to bug the absolute piss out of whenever that time comes, but that is going to be its own like monster of like learning, and I want to make sure that I'm ready to jump into that, because Blender just has so many tools at your disposal I could definitely see it being so easy to get distracted, you know, like camera moves, layer moves, making things, you know, animate outside of your own 2D animation. I would definitely be getting way too distracted. And then for the hips, and finally for the actual torso. I don't think there's enough of a differential between these, so we'll do it like that. That's good enough. Yeah, so looking at this, and forcing myself to be analytical, and, you know, try and observe a little bit more of what's going on. Some of these drawings, you have a little bit of like a pocket where the clavicle and the neck and the traps meet. It's not present in every single drawing, but I wonder if it will repeat often enough that it's something that you can think about, almost like you've kind of got like this suit of armor, if you will, and, you know, this would be like top down, but you've got your back, your shoulders, and then your chest, and in here you can kind of think of this area as like its own little thing, and so that way, you know, if you're like drawing in a in like a weird, I don't know, position, you want someone's head to be kind of down or something like that, you can simplify this into its own little pocket. I don't suspect that'll work all the time, but just, you know, currently 30 minutes in, that's where my head is. Let's see. I was thinking of doing short tutorials on Blender, but super simple and clear, things that I've been looking for but never found. It'll help in the long run so you can break the rules of anatomy. For the first little thing, yeah, dude, I agree. That's kind of like why I wanted to start streaming. I don't have anything to necessarily teach, but if streaming the learning process, and how I would approach, you know, trying to teach myself could be beneficial for other people, then I agree. I think if you know, making tutorials on Blender to create the tutorials that you wish you had, I think that's awesome. I think that's definitely something to try and achieve, to make happen, just because I would like to eventually get into that, like creating tutorials and, you know, this is how I do this is how you should do that, blah 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 blah. But yeah, I definitely want to build that understanding, and then one day be able to create those tutorials that I wish I had when I was learning. Because there's a lot of information out there for sure, but it's so hard to find, dude. You can like scour the internet for an entire day looking for just one little thing that could help you on your Blender scene, or that could help you understand how to animate or how to, you know, draw some part of anatomy. But it's like impossible to find just because some guy didn't feel like he was the right one, or they were the right one to make the tutorial. So I'm all for that, man. I'm all for that. I think that's really cool. I think you should, you know, whenever you're feeling up for it. But yeah, I don't know necessarily that I will continue to think of the chest piece, the chest plate, if you will, like this. But I think it, for this one specifically, the way that the arms separate from, you know, this block of the upper body, it just felt right. I don't know. I liked that. There's some really good ones in here. Trying to, I don't want them to be so closed off that I can't study properly from them. Dude, I feel that. I don't use Blender too often, but I use SketchUp Pro a lot, and to get my camera in the right position, I'll need to like hide a wall or hide a, you know, I'm thinking of most recently my like little creeper weed project I did. I would need to like hide the wall or hide the TV or hide something that's in the apartment that's like in my way, and then after I get that shot, I'm spending the next 40 minutes trying to figure out or remind myself once again, how do I unhide this? How do I go back to making my apartment look normal? So I totally feel that. Yeah, why not? I'll do this one. Let's see. Again, I want to ignore the head. Try and figure out how this neck, you know, kind of connects down. Same thing here. This has that kind of overlapping of the forms that I was talking about earlier, so kind of hinted that there. Same thing. The way that the hips, that this shorthand kind of goes, that I really enjoy. It almost makes like a cod piece, like a swimsuit kind of thing going on, that I really like. I feel like it really helps to separate some of those areas from the hips to the pelvis to the thighs and stuff like that. So I want to look at that here in a second. And then of course, classic arm shorthand. And then just to have a better indication, I'll cut the legs off like this, just so that it's not just left there. Okay. And I'm not going to be tracing all day today, but I definitely want to start off, again, trying to like build that understanding before just getting into just drawing, right? I forget who it was. I think it was Dr. Draw. Makes awesome tutorials. I love their stuff. It's really easy to digest. But I think in one of their videos, it was like talking about something like, it was like how to study properly, how to like learn properly or something like that. And it really resonated with me, the way that, you know, he was talking about uh, perfect practice, and people mention it, but the way that he articulated it, perfect practice, and how you can use that to benefit you, not just drawing something, not just sitting down to sketch aimlessly or to render something aimlessly, but to, when you're not just drawing for yourself, when you're not working on a project, when you're actually trying to study, doing what you can in your power to help facilitate better understanding. Yeah, Dr. Draw, if I'm not mistaken, he does a lot of the whole like these guys kind of a thing. Like I'm gonna butcher his his little characters, but it's a lot of like you know, these guys. I feel like you'll see them on like YouTube, or Instagram, a lot of his tutorials and stuff. And let me double check because I don't want to like plug someone that's not actually the person. So I'm just gonna double check super duper quick. But yeah, I'm like 98.7% sure that it's Dr. Draw. In fact, if I can, I'll probably even. Oh, nope, that's not coming up. Wow. Is it Dr. D-Raw? That just put the same thing. Huh. Yeah, it's not. Oh, here it is. Yeah, it is. It's Dr. Draw. Why? That sucks. You search Dr. Draw, and their videos don't come up until like way down at the end. That's really odd. Uh, that sucks. But yeah, they're super duper awesome. The tutorials are really good to digest. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it was this video. It's like art is a sport. So I'm gonna just link that really quick into the chat. There we go. Man, that sucks. I hate that his I mean, you literally type Dr. Draw and it does not immediately come up. Brings up Kasem and other streamers. So same thing. I just want to kind of block out these forms, these shapes. I'll have to save it because I'm on mobile. Yeah, please. It's really good stuff. Yeah, no worries, man. I feel that. Yeah, save it, watch it. It's really good. It changed my perspective personally on how I approach art. Really good stuff. solid. This is a really good set of hips to for me. I feel like to be able to understand. Excuse me. To be able to understand. The hips and kind of what's going on. Really cool. Really, really cool. It's like you've got the ridge of the hips and then how it like wraps down into the pelvis. I don't know. Something about that is super appealing as a way to like wrap your head around the hips and going from the upper body to the lower body. Yeah, really, really solid. I don't really have too much to add or to say to it. It's really good. I think I need to maybe try and grasp a better understanding of when and where to kind of start the shelf of the hip, I guess, if I could say it like that. Because it's cool. It's like that little area where the like, how do I say, the like where your bladder sits, you know, like your bladder sits in here. It just kind of like hugs it so well, like the way that the hips kind of like wrap around. You can follow this line and get into the crotchal the crotchal region. Yeah. Really cool. But still building that understanding. Let's see. I want to get into one more. I think this one will be good because it starts to kind of blend into the back. So once again, blocking out the neck, trying to get a gauge of where the traps sit in this little pocket. Thinking of you can kind of see the lines underneath these black ones. I wonder if you can turn these off. There you go. There we go. Center line down. replicate some of this leg here again. Trying to, the same way that this was a common shape or a commonly used line, I'm trying to think of like how I can, let's see, how I can think about the relationship between the how I can think about the relationship between the pecs and how it kind of, the shoulder kind of wrap around the arm here. So I'm trying to think of like, okay, so like this is pushed forward. You can't really see the fold, but you know, how would this, on the other side of this arm, how does the shoulder wrap around into the chest? It's kind of like where my head's at, because those lines aren't there, right? There's nothing there to indicate that. But when I study, especially when I'm tracing, and I'm trying to build that understanding, that's kind of what I'm thinking about. Is like when I see something that is air quotes like incomplete, like these lines aren't necessary, you know. The gesture of this drawing, the push, that's readable, that's there. Those lines aren't necessary to indicate that. But while I'm while I'm trying to sit here and, you know, build that understanding, I want to challenge myself to put those things in, you know, where they don't exist, and that way I can, you know, push my own. How should I put this? I can like push my own critical thinking, right? I love that about tracing, I guess. You know, trying to build understanding, especially in a style that you enjoy, whether that be something that's anime, Western anime, or cartoon, or, you know, whatever. Trying to like challenge yourself to fill in the gaps like in that style. So like there's no line here to indicate the pinky, but, or the ridge of the side of the hand, but, you know, if I can add it there and it looks good, then that's just one step closer of me being able to get to the imitation side, and then one step closer to being able to replicate, you know, well. So I don't know, I find it fun. This arm feels extremely long, but this was probably taken, this screenshot I imagine was taken in the middle of like an extreme. Like this person's probably at like pushing past what would be considered like normal, like a little bit of a stretch. So I'm assuming that's why this arm is so long. But yeah, so that's that. Feels good. Looks alright. So I'm gonna come up here and place this bad boy. And do it again, and just kind of keep doing this building that, oh, oops, building that understanding. And then by the end of today, especially after, 6 hours of this, you bet your sweet bippy I'm going to be understanding the hell out of this. And if I'm not, then I did something wrong, for sure. I still think for the time being, I'm going to start wrapping the upper chest and the upper back in one form. I don't fully agree with it, but for now, I think it just makes the most sense to me to do it like that, separating the arms into their own area, and kind of like keeping the shoulders and the chest and the back muscles attached to one cape seems right. Yeah, that looks good, feels good. Yeah. And now that we're starting to kind of, I mean, not too extreme, but now that I'm starting to kind of rotate the form on this one and starting to get into this lat area, I want to try and find something that is going to, like this one, perfect. There we go. Something that is going to help to transition smoothly into understanding the relationship between the front and the back and yada yada. So when I trace it, I'm not just thinking like, okay, follow the lines, blah blah blah, right? I'm trying to think, at least I'm trying to force myself to think in the way of like the artist that drew it. So what kind of shorthand do they use? What are the steps that they go through to produce this? Because some people for sure they can just be like, masters and just put it down. That's awesome. But they didn't just start there, and they probably don't. At least in their head, they probably have something down. So, just looking at the shorthand and some of the undersketching from some of these other drawings, what I've gathered that works best for me is, again, that shape of like this, like the torso being in this shape, whatever it is, whether it be, over here or over here, like we just did. This shape for the torso, again, boom, you can center line it, or you can contrapposto, and do all these things. But this, for me, this little shape works so well for getting those construction lines down. So if I were to think about drawing this myself from scratch, and I'm trying to put myself in their shoes, that's kind of what I'm thinking. It's like, something like this. And I think you can kind of see the blue sketch lines underneath to begin with, which is pretty cool. If you can find study material like that, to be able to see the under sketch that someone did, that's awesome. So after that, I would place a center line to be able to better understand, front, or I guess technically front and back of the form. And then from there, what works well for me is the hips, blocking in those hips. And I'm going to try and build a better understanding of the shape of the hips, like I was talking about earlier, and how to create this cod piece and understand how to rotate it and bend it and stuff. What's up, Chris? Dropping gems. Thank you. If somebody can get something from my rambling, that's awesome. Because, I definitely want to share what I can, but I'm learning it at the same time as me talking about it. So if somebody is picking up gems, then that's awesome. Let's see. So that's kind of what I'm thinking while I'm tracing. I'm not just tracing. You don't want to just trace. You're gonna hurt yourself, right? Because when you go to try and replicate, you're not gonna know where to start. You're not gonna have you just trace. Well, when you have a blank screen in front of you, you're not gonna know where to start. You know what I mean? So I try and think of those things while I'm tracing, to kind of warm up and to kind of study. Because again, that's what this is, right? This isn't tracing to trace. This isn't tracing to make my work, to use this as my own work or anything like that. It's tracing to try and build understanding. So don't hurt your own growth by not doing it properly, I would say. But yeah, after I've set that and kind of indicated these things roughly, again, I'm not trying to put in the head, so I'm just going to think of the neck. The neck kind of sits like this column, and then off of the neck, and I'm not going to get super into the anatomy because I'm still learning it myself, so I'm not going to try and spread any misinformation. But the way that I think about it is that the neck sits off of the upper body, right? You can draw in the clavicle, and then from behind and around, the traps come in and grab the clavicle and the back and so on. And so I'm not gonna, I guess I could indicate it like that, but I'm just gonna do it like this. I'm just gonna, for me, there's no sense in trying to overthink it and, draw these separating lines, because they don't matter, right? This isn't to draw for, at least my goal in drawing, excuse me, isn't for illustration. It's for animation. And so the point of capturing good posing is for the gesture and not for the anatomy. And so getting it close enough is always going to be better than trying to get it accurate. Now, obviously, if you're close enough isn't even close to accurate, then there's a problem there probably. But if you're close enough is relatively accurate, then you're probably good. So anyway, there's this thing that happens on some of these drawings, kind of similar to the chest line that gets used a lot. you'll see almost like a dividing line of the upper back, and I don't quite have a clear understanding yet of exactly how or what the rule is behind placing it. It's not super present in a lot of these drawings. It is here. You can kind of see it. It's here. It's here. It's here. It's here. I don't know exactly what it is supposed to indicate or separate. But if somebody knows, they can share it. And if not, then we're gonna figure it out. I'm gonna figure it out. So yes, sir. But anyway, so yeah, neck, boom, traps, boom, shoulder comes down, and similar to the front of the body, the what is that? The rear delt. I think that's posterior. The posterior deltoid, the third head of your shoulder, wraps around your arm in like a similar way. So here it's a little bit kind of hard to see. We'll probably see it better here in a second. But here you can kind of get a better idea of that and how it kind of wraps around and gets into it. And then the back, you know, it comes down, blah blah blah. But that's not important. I'm not gonna sit and yap about that. Number one, I don't know too much about it to yap about it in the first place, and number two, I'm not trying to deep dive in that way. And again, there's no line here to indicate the other shoulder blade, but I think it is cool to indicate it. It's not necessary for animation. This didn't change anything. Me doing that doesn't change the pose. It doesn't make it better. But for the sake of this, that's what I'm gonna leave it at. So I'm gonna put this in. Bing, bang, boom. Something else I like to do while I'm tracing is, for example, here, the picture gets cut off. There's no hand, right? But what a great practice opportunity to not only draw a hand, but to try and match and to try and draw in this style, or whatever style you're practicing in. So if I were to, you know, turn this into something, right? It's like you have like a person, I don't know, casting a spell or something. So they've got their staff in one hand, and you know they're saying some words or whatever. I don't know. The thing that comes to mind is like a hand that would be casting a spell. So I'm gonna think super rough, like this. Something like that, right? Not perfect, but it gets the point across, right? Like that's the whole point. Is to get your idea across, get the point across. I'll be right back. Gotta grab food for my break. All right, dude. Thank you so much for popping in and chatting. If I just happen to not see you again, but if so, dude, enjoy your food, and I will catch you here in a bit. But yeah, so when I'm tracing, I like to push myself in not just critical thinking, but, you know, like style bending, right? Copying, trying to imitate chameleon like this hand didn't exist over here in this reference picture, but depending on, you know, what's going on, maybe you've got like a wizard or some, I don't know, I keep going to wizard because I think it's like a cool idea, but you know, maybe you've got someone that's trying to cast some, you know what I mean? Like it's always good practice, not just to trace and to build understanding, but to push yourself into trying to accomplish, you know, challenging things. So you'll see me, depending on how many of these we do, you'll see me do that a lot. I'll draw things that don't exist. I'll add things like this shoulder blade here, things that don't exist, because I want to force myself into thinking critically about these things, right? So yeah. Get the neck down, indicate the traps. Again, I'm gonna leave the shoulders as the shoulder and the upper body for the time being as one piece. And maybe that's what that line indicates. It indicates the, like, if anybody is familiar with like football, like you put on your shoulder pads. For me, that's what this reminds me of. Maybe I can pull up an example. One sec. I'll pull up some shoulder pads to show. Let's see if this... I always have issues trying to paste things into Storyboard Pro, so hopefully this works well. Perfect. I mean, perfect enough, I guess. I wanted to ask, what kind of exercises do you do to practice boarding and cinematography? It's kind of like this. So the whole idea behind the StudyVlog thing, the streaming that I'm doing, is to get myself back up to speed to eventually get back into boarding after taking a break for, you know, the holidays, Thanksgiving, Christmas. It's a bit busy time at the end of the year. So long answer made short, just to answer it really quick. I'll be getting into that stuff next week, but it's a lot of gesture drawing, and a lot of like understanding, you know, the extremes of a pose and things like that. Once I feel confident there, then I can get into, you know, boarding ideas, whether that be someone running, tumbling, fighting, you know, whatever the case may be. Picking up the anatomy right now, then getting into gesture and really pushing those extreme key poses and things like that. That's for the animating boarding side of things. For the cinematography part, I really enjoy, at least recently, I've really enjoyed trying to kind of like this, right? Like, instead of tracing from bodies, and I can I can show a quick example actually. Let me save this real quick. Instead of drawing and tracing from bodies, I like to do the same thing but from scenes, but I try and, you know, I put my own little spin on it. So let's see, I think it was this one. So here we go. So things like this, like I try and understand, you know, foreground, middle ground, background, getting an idea of the full shot. Because for me, when it comes to animating like 2D, uh, I get so tunnel vision sometimes into thinking solely about the camera lens and thinking less of like a director sitting in the chair behind the crew, the film crew, sound, everything like that, and seeing the totality of the actual scene, right? And so to fix that, what I've started to try and do is break down these scenes, and not just a shot, right? Because a lot of people, they'll say break down a scene from your favorite movie, from your favorite animation or whatever. And when you do that, that's great, to do. But what I find is that I end up only focusing on. You can't even see this. Actually, here we go. I end up only focusing on the screenshot, and so what I end up learning is only relegated to what that camera lens was looking at the time that I took the screenshot. And so what I've been trying to do is expand that to get a wider lens so that I can start moving the camera around within the shot. But yeah, so this is just me kind of exploring that, and then eventually what I do is kind of like how I'm doing today with anatomy and upper body is I'll break down these scenes. I'll try and get a better understanding, of the foreground, middle ground, background, and as the scene as a whole, my set, as the director, like what does my set look like for this shot, and then I can start getting into ideas like okay, what could go on here, or what could be going on here? How can I track the character's movements across the set? Or how can I make something, feel a certain way, or look a certain way, or work a certain way? Because I wouldn't have thought like this beforehand. I would have been thinking only in the sense of like what the camera lens sees. So it's a lot of like still shots. You've got like character, and then he's talking to other character, like it's a lot of just like static back and forth. But that's kind of it. I don't want to yap too much about that. I definitely would, but if that interests you, when the time is right, I think not next week, but the week after that, I'll be getting into that kind of stuff, like reteaching myself, right? So that's kind of the gist of it. I try and study and practice it in a way that's like similar to these anatomy studies, but different at the same time. So, jumping back into it, hopefully that helped. It's a lot of scene studies, but again, I try and do the whole like perfect practice thing. Like it's one thing to study a scene or to study a piece of film, but it's another to try and study. Thanks, man. It's another to try and study with intention. You know what I mean? So I try and think of it like that. Yeah, it's kind of I'm glad you say I'm not yapping, because the intention behind the study vlog is to thank you. Let's go. All right. I'm glad you're nerding out with me. The intention behind my study vlog is to create an environment for myself in which I can sit at my desk for 5-6 hours and kind of deep dive and like study and share conversation about things like this. So, man, if you think of something, or if you have a question, or if anyone is lurking or something, and they have a question or an idea about something, I'm not going to pretend to have the answer. I don't think I have the experience to share a definitive answer to that. But what I would love to do is, if it's compelling enough, is figure it out together. That's like the whole thing of the study vlog. Week one, I want to focus on anatomy. So Monday was heads, today's upper body, and then Friday will be lower body. and then next week we'll be getting into like some light boarding and animation, some gesture drawing, things like that. So like as I kind of like push forward, man, I definitely want to like deep dive and nerd out on things. So I'm glad that you feel that way, because that's definitely the intention. But yeah, I said I wasn't going to keep dividing the upper body like this, but the more I think about it, and especially looking at some of these lines on the back, like I was talking about, I definitely kind of feel like they're there to help indicate that upper, not shoulder, the shoulder pads kind of a thing, because that kind of just feels right. Um, you know, I don't. Some of these lines that they use, they don't quite line up exactly. Um, but who knows? I'll figure it out. We'll figure it out, and we'll get into it. But yeah, feels good. So for the time being, I'm gonna stick with it. So, oh, actually, I think oh, no, I am on the right one. Okay, let's go. Thought I was on the wrong layer. So yeah, so we started with the front, um, pushed pushed it down a little bit, which that I mean that wasn't intentional, but it is nice to see how uh, the form bends. This shape that I keep talking about being the ideal. I mean, look at that. Like, it's just so easy. Like, cause like all it is the way that I'm thinking about it, right? Like, all I'm thinking about is like how can I build an understanding of these commonly used shapes and forms, imitate them, and then replicate, right? So like I just did, like this shape here, I see it a lot. It's like it's basically in all of these, just understanding like how to rotate this formless form in 3D space on a 2D plane. Um, then the neck, just that tube coming off of the, I don't know, the clavicle, the collarbone, the upper body, the whatever, the rib cage. Then the traps come off of it, center line to help divide the form. This commonly used shape to indicate the chest. How much you extreme it is kind of on you. If you want to super duper extreme it, make sure it works out for the character that you're drawing, is all I would say. You know, don't go too far down. And that's the other thing. I would like to get into dividing and being like, oh, this is how you should think about the rib cage, and the rib cage is so many heads below the waistline and things like that. I'm not the one to do that. I'm not gonna do that. That's someone you can go watch Kasem and maybe Dr. Draw, all these other awesome YouTube gurus, social media people that share their knowledge. You'll learn something there. I'm not gonna do that because I barely understand it myself. I just kind of what feels and looks right. That's kind of all I'm worried about. Favorite little adage, little quote. It's not really a quote, I guess, but favorite little adage that I saw relatively recently is, gesture over anatomy. I think that specifically probably relates to animation, but I think the idea, especially as a board artist, That's what's important, right? Yeah, then just, kind of repeating those things from the collarbone about halfway. You've got the indication of the shoulders, and then, okay, is the arm going up or is it going down? If it's going up, indicate it differently with the shoulders coming off and the arm tucking in underneath. And now you've got to raise the indication of the chest, show the wrapping of the form, show the hips, and that kind of like cod piece thing we were talking about. Belly button sits like right above the hips. I think it changes depending on gender. Is your character muscly? Do these things, right? And that's those are just two lines that I picked up from yesterday's study, just to indicate some abs, right? Really simple, really cool. Boom. Now you've got a muscly Aqualad looking character, very, very simple. Maybe this arm's going down. So now, choose to show the shoulder or don't. It's awesome. So that's, again, not to go in circles or whatever, but this is the gist of what I'm trying to unlock today. Is like building an understanding of these commonly used shapes and forms, and then being able to replicate, twist them, bend them, flip them, rotate them, all in space to my own whim. That's the goal. So, but yeah, this came out pretty good. I like that. I want to try and find one that's a little bit more back heavy. I think we can use a couple more. I think I'll do these two just because they're both pretty back heavy. This was a really solid one for rotating. Yeah, everything else is tapped out, so let's do this one. We'll do one in a little bit more of a extreme perspective. So again, if I were to think about drawing this myself, this is how I'm thinking of it. It's the line here, not so much the line here, but it can help for sure. So line there, trying to think about this form like this. Boom, that's my shape. What's up, Julian? Hope you're well, man. Good to see you. Then off of this, there's a number of ways you can build the neck first, blah, 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 but center line probably helps. From there, okay, I see the butt tucks in back here, so that gives me a soft indication of, and again, I messed up, it's too late to go back, but when I had done this the first time, I did this, and that's not necessarily wrong, because, depending on the extremity, if you were to stand this person up, maybe when they stand up straight, it dips a lot more, but since you're looking up at it, those slight indications of overlapping shapes and things like that, keeping the perspective, concave instead of convex and vice versa when it needs to be, is very important. Just because all of these slight indications will add up to a drawing that is either convincing or not, right? And that's really all drawing is, I think, is just trying to convince the viewer that the lines that you've orchestrated together belong together. And if you have something out of place, something's too big, something's not right, then the illusion starts to fade, and things don't look the way that they need to. Excuse me. So yeah, here's the hips, kind of on this same plane if I were to divide this more into like a 3D object, this wacky thing, you have the side of the waist of the hips, and those are going to go back into the buttocks area. Things like that. Just grinding, doing an exercise where I take a photo reference and recreate the figure using boxes, only modified or not, based off of Tonika Pento's YouTube video on improving solid drawing. Nice. Yeah, that's very solid. It's basically kind of what I'm doing today. So we can study together. That's awesome. Net comes off with this extreme air quotes, I guess, view. It's not super extreme, but it is, I mean, it is relatively, I guess. There's not too much indication of the traps, so I'm gonna put some lines down, but that's about it. Same thing, the way that the about, what is that, a little over halfway, I guess, a third of the way, you can use this little diagonal line. Excuse me, let me get a drink of water. I've been meaning to this whole time, I just have not. What's up, Raid Al Zane? Can I save the stream? I do plan on uploading it. Excuse me. This one will probably go up immediately. I mean, as long as nothing pops up that I need to edit or clip. Usually what will happen is I'll take like a little bit of a food break, just because I'm, you know, streaming for 6 hours, 6 or 7 hours. I take a little bit of a food break, sometimes maybe a bathroom break or a phone call or something. And so if there is any delay on uploading of the stream, it's probably just because I'm editing out those like long pauses, just so that it's a little bit more of a easier sit through or listen for whoever, you know, wants to go back and watch or clip through it or whatever. So yes, it will be uploaded. It might be like a day or two. For example, I need to upload day 1. I've got it sitting in DaVinci to edit out those food breaks and stuff like that. So for sure, at least at the end, at the very worst case scenario, at least at the end of the week, all 3 episodes for the week will be uploaded. So not to worry. Also going to be taking Kevin Chin, I assume, just because there's a heart in the way on my screen. I can't read that, unfortunately. But also going to be taking Kevin Chin's analytical figure drawing class at CDA. That's awesome. That's awesome, man. I'm excited for you. That sounds like a ton of fun. I wish I could just constantly enroll in classes. I would take them nonstop. Hopping back over to this, just so that I personally don't get too distracted. Thinking about these shapes, you know, the neck sits on top of this, the traps come down, the shoulders come around as well. And again, how much you choose to indicate depends on you, depends on you as the artist, depends on the show, depends on a lot of things. And so you can kind of get away with this little straight line thing that works out for the front of the body as well as the back. It's really, really nice. It's a great way to easily indicate. I'll keep the stream, don't worry. It'll be uploaded and we'll be here for as long as possible, I suppose. So yeah, don't worry. The stream will be uploaded. But yeah, so you can kind of use these straight lines same way on the front you can on the back. And then after you get the shoulders indicated, plugging in the arms is always really super easy. You can do tubes, you can do, you know, whatever style you're going for. You can do a little bit of waves to indicate musculature and stuff like that. That's kind of how I choose to do it. I think that's what appeals to me. You can see here they have a fold to indicate some clothing. I'm not going to do that. Not going to draw the head either, and so with that, we are relatively done. There's a couple things, you can do if you wanted to. You can indicate the lats a little bit more. You can choose not to and just have it straight down. The shoulder blades, there's a couple ways you can do it. You can do it like this. We can take a page from over here, and I think on one of these other things. This is super solid. I'm gonna come back to this page for after this one, because this one has so many back poses. Really, really solid. We're gonna jump straight into that after this, but there's a lot of different ways to indicate the shoulder blades. I haven't found a way that appeals to me more so than any others, so I still am kind of on the fence. Sometimes I'll do lines, sometimes I'll do little checks, wiggle checks and things like that. I think it depends on, it depends on a lot of things. It depends on you, it depends on what serves the drawing best, what serves the gesture or the shot. And a lot of these, you're only going to see this drawing for a second, so indicating the lat probably isn't necessary. Probably it's not worth it, so don't even worry about it. Do you have the understanding? Cool. If not, work on it. I don't know. Not necessary, so don't stress too much about indicating more so than you need to. Is what I try and try and remember myself. So again, I kind of hinted at a little bit of the traps, but you can't really see them, so it's whatever. That line that we see cut across the shoulders and the back and stuff like that, I feel like the way that it works, just looking at these, I feel like the way that that line works is that it's going from underneath where the armpit is and it's trying to line up where the arm connects to the cavity of the chest, is my guess, right? And so it's going to kind of do this thing like this, and maybe that's a little bit too high up, maybe it's not. But this is what I'm thinking when I see this. I'm thinking that these lines come across, I think that they kind of bound over the shoulder blades and then flatten out in this well of the back, and then they go around the shoulder blades again, and then you have something like that, right? That's my guess. So that's how I'm gonna think about it, at least until that idea changes. So it would probably be something like this, around the shoulder blades, down, and then up and around. not necessarily, or not necessarily, not necessary. It doesn't change the drawing. But again, you'll hear me repeat it. You're gonna hear me repeat a lot of things if you stick around. But I think it's important to have that understanding, even if I never use these lines, and you know, I only indicate when I'm having trouble getting a grasp of the form or something like that. Having an idea of how to use them if I needed to, I think is important. So that's what I think is going on when I see these things. When I see this line, because this line gets used so much, and if I look here, I mean that's kind of, I mean that's where the arm, you know, would connect. So I feel like that's what's going on, right? That's my guess. That's my solid guess. That's what I'm going with. And this came out cool. It's kind of angular though, but that came out all right, man. I like that Picasso. You know? Something like this or whatever. Get the dimples or whatever. Cool. Yeah, looks really dope. I don't know, maybe this is like a fighter or something coming out. It's like songs playing. He's like, let's get ready to rumble. I don't know, something like that. Something like this. This is whack, but I'm not working on that right now. So anyway, back to indicating. Again, I want to focus on this shoulder pad kind of look that the upper body has. To do the thing. Cool. Yeah, not bad. Definitely starting to feel the effects of studying. Even already. You know, drawing this was made a lot easier because of the studying from today and last night. So really cool. I'm gonna get some more water here real quick. pages. Okay. So yeah, this page is done. Got some good stuff out of it. Again, this this is from, imagination. These are all studies, but simply just, if I were to kind of, I'm not going to break it, well, I'm going to color it in the same way. I don't know if I'm going to break it down too much in the same way, but for example, just trying to understand and think about these forms in a solid way, and not just in a way that I'm just simply copying, right? I feel like has allowed me to relatively quickly get a better understanding of these pieces of anatomy of the figure. Cool stuff. Gonna move on to some more now. And when studying and tracing, I should say, I try and turn the opacity down. I'm going to keep it rather... Oh. Oops. There we go. I'm going to keep the opacity relatively high, just because I'm streaming, and I want to make sure that it can be picked up on stream, But what I always like to recommend when study tracing and things like that is, again, I'm trying to build that critical thinking and the ability to, emulate, replicate a style that I'm drawing in or that I'm studying from. And so turning the opacity down as far as I can until I can barely see the original reference is challenging, but it helps me a lot just because it forces you, and I'll try and give a little bit of an indication of like how far I turn it down, about 5, until about 5, and then you can barely make out, this. Oh, oops. You can barely make out this figure here, but because of that, and especially when it comes to drawing all the stuff that goes on inside and blah blah blah, you put yourself in a position where you have to really, really, really try and observe and replicate and think about, these lines. And so definitely I would say, if you're going to try something like this, turn your opacity down as far as you can handle. That way you're not just, if we were to have this all the way up, I don't get I do get stuff out of this, but I don't get as much. I can't hardly differentiate my lines between the lines of the reference. And so I always say, I would say, go down, turn it down, blah, 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 right? So, gonna go on, think about this the same way again. It's not just about tracing, It's about trying to understand, how to use these commonly used shapes and forms when you're studying from reference like this, when you're tracing. Not just to trace as well, but to, uh, think about like the undersketch, right? Some of these have a stronger undersketch that you can see. Some of these don't. So when I think of this, I don't want to just draw the contours of the shoulder. I don't want to just draw the contours of the arm, because I don't get much out of that. What I want to do is I want to think about, if this canvas were blank, how can I start this drawing? How can I get to this point? And so the way that I think about it, you can draw this if you want to, like these lines. I'm putting them down just to help better indicate. But I try and think of, what is that form that I'm used to? For me, the form that I'm used to, that I draw a lot, is this blob. This blob shape. This blob shape can be like this. This blob shape, if something was like bent over, it can be like this, and these probably for sure just look like blobs. If you can't understand just yet, how to think about things in their 3D forms without seeing all of the indication of that, spend some time drawing, drawing from boxes, drawing the actual shapes of those things, right? Because then, what happens is you don't need these things all of a sudden. You need less and less and less, and that's what makes animation so cool, in my opinion. There's a bunch of things, but is the simplification of the drawing, of the anatomy and stuff like that. So I try and think of, like, if this canvas were blank, how would I start this drawing? So for me, starting off with the box, maybe doing some kind of indication of the neck and how it connects down, trying to create like a center line, thinking of like, okay, what is this character doing and how is their body twisting, twisting with what they're doing. From there, indicating the traps, indicating the hips, probably kind of do what they're doing, and at this point carve out the buttocks as well. Same thing, if this were to be the clavicle on the front side, depending on what half you're on, about 2/3 of the way, you can start to kind of indicate the anterior deltoid. Put that shape in, how extreme is it? Is the arm raised up here? Well, if it is, put it accordingly, I guess, to put it simply. And that's just kind of what I'm thinking. I'm just yapping, that way when people, if somebody were to watch this back, and get anything from it, these are the ramblings of a madman. This is what I'm thinking while I'm trying to study. I like this line here because, kind of like how we were talking about earlier somewhere, I might have deleted it, trying to think of the upper body, and more specifically the neck and the traps as its own little piece that sits into the shoulder pads, right? Like if I were to, Hello, where's my stuff? Like if I were to, like, man, this is gonna be wonky, but if these were, you know, the shoulder pads, I want to like drop this shape down onto the upper body. Hopefully that visually makes sense, right? Like if these are the shoulder pads, and the shoulder pads indicate the shoulders, the chest, and then you can't really see it, but I guess I'll say lat here, and wrapping around to the back. The neck and the traps kind of sit right in that pocket. That's kind of how I'm trying to think of it. And so when I see something like this, and I see this wrapping of the form into the anterior side of the delt, or the back of the shoulder to simplify it, you know, that gets me excited, I guess, just because it kind of not, I wouldn't say confirms, right, but it solidifies the idea of this thinking, right? And so I like that. I think that's cool. I don't think that you know, indicating all of this extra stuff like these lines here is necessary, but I'm gonna leave them there for now just because I think it'll be cool to have that idea, that again, that understanding whenever I do color this or color code this here in a second. It'll be nice to see that. So again, thinking of those like wrapping forms, and there's no indication of this. I'm just kind of going based off of like these things. Like this, like if we look at this one, this is going nowhere. I mean, apparent, like as far as I can tell, right? Like you've got this line shooting up here, you've got this line shooting over here. It's not really going anywhere, right? Like I would have assumed that it would have gone like this. Again, wrapping into the bottom where the arm meets, right? Meets. Gonna help. I'm gonna cheat. So that's how I'm gonna think about this over here. So to do that, you know, I'm gonna wrap around this form over the shoulder blades, flatten out against this flat part of the back. Oh, my back is like hurting now. And then, you know, wrapping back over. The shoulder blades, man, I want a better understanding. I think that'll start to develop slowly. You know, for the time being, straight lines on an angle will work just fine. I think that looks just fine. But again, all of these lines, this is so much more than I would do if I were boarding or animating, unless I was struggling with the pose. If I was struggling with the pose, doing all this is going to help me get there. But if I'm just roughing and scratching this out, I'm probably not going to do all these things. Or if I am, it'll be probably like this, where you just like really quickly indicate. That's my best guess. So I'm gonna leave it alone. I don't want to do too much. Yeah, I think that's. I'm not doing lower body. I just want to focus on this. So I think we'll take that and start a new area over here. it's hard for me to keep this when I know that it should more accurately look like this. So I think that's what I want to do. Do something like that. Or maybe better yet, something like this. I don't know. I'll leave it alone after this. I don't want to sit here and try and get the colors super perfect because they don't matter too much. A little bit of a hard one to indicate without, you know, the legs and everything else kind of dictating where it's going, but still solid. This one speaks to me. Let's do that next. Oh yeah, that's really solid. I like this. So once again, trying to think of it if I were drawing it myself. So we got bang, and then I'd be like, okay, he's kind of standing here like this. Boom. Indicate the neck. Again, not going to think about it too much, but the back muscles kind of do this thing. And so because of that, there's an overlap here. Overlapping shapes are your friends. It's going to help you indicate so much more form. So I need to remember that. Yeah. Center line. Hips. Go a step further if you want to indicate the waist and stuff. Excuse me. Again, about 2/3 over is where I would do that. This one's kind of getting cut off, so I'm not gonna worry about it. Shoulder blade, down, up and around, something like that. And then arm. So indicate a little bit of the shoulder there. This. Okay. Getting a more confident feel to the back. I'm gonna do another one, and then kind of see how it's going. This one's really cool. I like this look here, and this one. I mean, honestly, this whole page is probably gonna get done. These are really, really good studies. There's some cool stuff going on these. And so for now, I'll just stick with this one. But yeah, really cool stuff here. Center line. Probably better indicate these hips. Same thing. About 2/3 over. Not seeing anything over here. Just the indication of the shoulder. Arm comes out and plugs in. Then you have the lat come down from the delt. Some hand. It's weird not drawing the head because, you know, that would get covered up, but that's fine. And then I'm going to indicate some shoulders because I want to kind of challenge myself in doing so. And then a little bit of the leg just to kind of round off the idea of this drawing. So pretty solid. Oops. That, and then of course the chest is a part of this, which this is where thank you, man, I appreciate it. Appreciate that very much. This is where I do and I don't like the wrapping. I didn't do it here, which, you know, that's a whoops on me, so I'm gonna do that real quick. I like the wrapping idea, but it falls off. I don't want to have so many planes that
You know, it's getting like bogged down and stuff, but like doing this I think is fine. I just need to remember to capture that. So again, this shoulder pad thing kind of wraps into the chest as well. The arm gets plugged in underneath. The arm gets plugged in underneath, and then I mean that's about it. It's home free after that. The hips, you know, they be hipping down here at the bottom. And then the rest is just cavity, body space, and whatnot. So, good stuff there. But yeah, I'm liking the idea of this shape and plugging this into the air quotes shoulder pad. Seems like a good concept. I'm gonna get some water again. One sec. Delightful. Okay, we are a little over 2 hours, 10 minutes. Probably took me 10 minutes to get set up. So 2 hours in. I'm going to finish off the backs on this page and then try and maybe by then I'll have a better understanding and I can really start like breaking down these forms and shapes that I'm seeing, because I'm getting there. I'm starting to like really feel it, especially when, you know, when I look at like this drawing or like I don't know where the other one I did, right here. Yeah, pretty okay. Happy with it at least. Okay, so same thing here. Homies chilling. Boom, 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 boom. Sure, the ass is just something like this. Something simple. The neck connects down, then the traps come off it and fold over. Center line, the back bends around, then goes inward a little bit, and then comes out for the buttocks. indicate the hips. Carve in the butt a little bit if you wanted to. The shoulders are posture check. Goodness. Shoulders are pulled back just a little bit. So again, that 2/3 area gets pushed just a hair. The arm comes down and connects. I don't know whether or not I want to show, like, what line, is more important to show. The relationship between the butt and the hips or the arms. Does it even matter? Because I have developed a, small understanding, and so it's not really even for me. Who knows? I don't think about it too much. But anyway, boom, boom, slight indication, and then a slight indication of the legs. And that's about it, because I mean, it's pretty, man, the different shapes for the shoulder blades is just so much, because it's like, okay, here you have the folding of skin, so you push it back and there's a bend. Here you don't. Here you don't. Here you don't as well. Here it goes all over the place, and then you have a concave shape. I want to understand that, because the way that maybe I can find a video or something like off stream, or record myself or something, like bending my shoulder blades or something. I don't know, but straight lines will work just fine for now. But yeah, so there we go. That's a good indication of that. It's like pressing the wrong key. It's freaking me out. Okay. From there. It's a little too much. feel like... no, it's fine. It's fine, it's fine. So yeah, good stuff there. Yeah, really starting to feel the back out. Feeling confident. Feeling good about it. I think this will be a good one to do. Again, if I were going to be drawing this from a blank page, of course I would have... Whoa. Whoops. Technical difficulties there. Alright. Yeah, if I were drawing this from a blank page, of course I'd have the perspective and stuff like that. But something like this, again, we'll start it from the neck, I guess. The neck, from the neck and the top of the back, it bends outward. Then it bends slightly inward as the spine comes down, and then back out again for the butt, the chest, the ribs, indicating the hips and how they kind of divide this form into its like side and then front and back. Back along the other side, the shoulder comes off as well here, about 2/3 over. The shoulder comes off. This one's a little bit different, I guess to say. Indicate the lat if you wanted to, if I wanted to. Maybe a little bit, kind of like it is here. You know, it comes off of that rear delt. So indicate it, don't, whatever floats your boat. The arm plugs in underneath all of this stuff into the cavity of the upper body. Again, like I was saying, not just about tracing, or I should say it's doing this. It's not just about the tracing of it, but again, the critical thinking, the challenging yourself, the drawing in the same style. So for these hands that go off screen, you know, I want to challenge myself whenever I can to kind of match, you know, like match that style. So just simply something like that. Maybe even something like this, actually. I think that's cool. something like that. Again, not just to copy, but to challenge yourself, you know. Put something down that isn't from your, or that isn't just on the page. And then maybe, I know, oh, actually, you know what? This is the chi blocker here, so, you know, maybe this is a fire blast or something. So maybe it is just that. Cool, there we go. Not only did we get to trace and draw and learn all that stuff, but again, the understanding of these things has allowed us to imitate the style and the way of drawing these shapes and these forms, eventually being able to replicate, you know, your own drawing, and you have something where someone is, you know, doing their own thing, right? So that's kind of what I want to work on and push, is that understanding, God, what do I keep saying? It's like understanding, imitation, replication. You get those things down, and then, you know, you can start doing your own thing. Something like that, right? So, yeah, that's the idea. So whenever you have an opportunity, like these hands, they don't exist as far as these drawings go. Whenever you have the opportunity to, you know, test yourself, train yourself, and fill in the gaps, the imitation stage, take advantage of it and try and imitate. See if you can't, you know, get close, surprise yourself. Maybe you've unlocked something you didn't even know that you had unlocked just yet. Something like that. Some feel-good words. I don't know. Starting to get to the point where I'm feeling just a little bit hungry. So here in a second, I might go heat something up. There we go. So again, color coding this stuff, just to constantly reinforce the separation of these areas of the body, the forms, you know. Kind of referenced this a couple times, but you know, the chest being this almost like shoulder pad area of the body, where you've got, you know, the chest, wraps around into the shoulders, that wraps around into the back muscles. It's a little bit wonky when it comes to separating and stuff, especially when it gets to the back, just because I'm still kind of figuring out exactly how I want to indicate that, but really, really strong. You know, the upper body, it's pretty simple when you start thinking about, you know, thinking about it in these like different ways, because you know, you look at someone's upper body, you look at the upper body, it's got all these different pieces, these planes, these indicators and stuff like that, but you know, really all it is maybe move this up. Don't want to make them too long, right? Really all it is this cavity, right? You have the body cavity, which can be separated or divided by this, you know, middle line. Slightly above the hips, and again, I don't know if this changes by gender, but slightly above the hips, you've got the belly button, just a soft indication. We've used it before, but the indication of the chest can be described with, you know, these 3 or 4-ish lines. So just going back to it. Bing, bang, boom. Literally, just something simple like that. And then 2/3. I like to say 2/3. It could probably be something different. Depends on who you're drawing or how. Maybe halfway. But I like to go a little bit over from halfway. You know, indicate the shoulders. Are the arms pointed up? Are they pointed down? Are they pointed towards you? So indicate that properly. The shoulder and the lats wrap around, so if you need to show that, and show that. And then the arms just plug in. So it's not too much, you know. It's not too much. I mean, that's the upper body for the most part, you know. This line here and then these lines here, those are just things that you pick up to indicate form, you know. We could sit here and draw the abs if we needed to. You know, if there's a character, someone's like strong enough that you need to sit here and draw out every single little ab, or you can just indicate them, you know. Is it a lean character? Bam, right? That's how I think about it. Love handles, or you know, say this person's wearing a shirt. Something like this. Well, if that shirt's tucked in, this is about where it would bunch up. You know, if they've got their arm raised or whatever. This is about where that would bunch up. So, starting to get it. Starting to get the grasp of it. Again, it's literally body cavity with arms that plug in. Yo, what's up? How you doing? And then from there, I mean, you've got the body cavity. The hips go down at the end. Again, use these little side walls to indicate the side plane of this shape. You got the front, and then the back is obviously on the back. But essentially, that's what these hips. I couldn't figure out the cross stream in time. I woke up a little bit late, and so I'll probably dink around with it for Friday. Because I figured OBS. Excuse me. I figured OBS would have the ability to take 2 stream keys, but because it didn't, I just was like, you know what? I want to stream on YouTube for the most part. Like that's my main place I want to stick to, and so I just went with YouTube today. First YouTube stream. It'll be easy-ish to upload those videos either directly from the VOD or with a little bit of edits. But yeah, maybe cross stream next time, but not this time. But yeah, I mean that's essentially, again, that I'm gonna be yapping about it for a while, but that's essentially how I think about the upper body. And then when it comes to female anatomy, right? You just hang the stuff off, right? Everyone's got their balloon method of thinking about it. You got a water balloon. You're gonna pin those water balloons, and then they're gonna hang. So, Streamlabs did. I have Streamlabs, or I should say, I have OBS. But I have Streamlabs OBS through the browser, but I haven't messed with it since I started streaming. I only both silly of me, but both of the days that I chose to stream, so far being Monday and today, I just kind of like woke up with like 30 minutes to get ready, and so I don't want to. I didn't want to like, F around with it for so long that I was like late to stream. So that's the reason. I'll check Streamlabs though. Thank you for the recommendation. I'll try and see if that has the ability to. I'm sure it does. I mean, people do it. People cross stream, so I'm sure it'll work out. But anyway, gonna move this up here. Somewhat label it, I guess. But yeah, we're getting there. The studies of this have definitely, helped us to pick up these things. So yeah, it's looking good. Especially, we did heads yesterday, but, if you're gonna indicate character doing something, it's pretty easy to start plugging those things in, right? It's awesome. Slowly getting there. Slowly getting there. That's what I use, but I'm not a guru streamer, so don't take my word for it. I will definitely not, because half the time you don't know what you're talking about. But just kidding. But no, I'll definitely check out Streamlabs OBS. I thought I had it downloaded. Maybe I do, and I just didn't see the shortcut. Maybe I deleted the shortcut from my homepage or something. So we'll go with that next time. Let's see. We've done a few of these. Bam Bam. We did this one. This one might be a good one. We've done this one. Let's do this one. This one seems like a really solid one. YouTube laggy for me some reason. I don't know. It's me or you. If you have an ad blocker on, I saw something. I think maybe Moist Critical made a video of it like yesterday or the day before, but apparently YouTube is like rolling out some thing to essentially slow down the bandwidth of those users that are using ad blockers. And so if you happen to be using an ad blocker, it's possible that it might have picked up on that. For me, it says I'm streaming excellent. I've got a good connection, so I would hope that it's not me. Consistent 60 FPS, I would hope not, but dropped frame 0, so hopefully, hopefully it's not me. If it is, though, I'll address it, and next time it should be good. But if you happen to be one of the users with a ad blocker, they might have already started doing that. So once again, thinking, if I were to draw this on a blank page, I've got no help. How can I get this shape of somebody, running forward or whatever? So, I'll just start over. I want to think about the shoulders, and I want to think about the hips. I want to think about the, can't think of the word, the contours of the body, the neck, and the traps come down and connect and wrap around. Dang, that sucks. I don't have ads, so all my homies hate YouTube. Bro, I'd be running the ad blocker if I'm watching videos for sure. Movie is free with no ads. Movie is free, period, then. But yeah, I don't have ads on here, so at least not yet. I don't know if it's my control or not. Maybe YouTube puts ads on this stuff just cause, but yeah, should be good to go then. Let's see. So center line from the neck to the upper back. Ugh, my posture. From the neck to the upper back, it kind of rounds, it bends out. So bend out. This one, since we're looking at it kind of straight on, it's a little hard to wrap the head around it bending inwards, because it's essentially the line's doing this and then it's doing this, right? But we know that it is bending, we know that it's bending outwards, so we want to bend it out, we want to bend it in, and then when we get to the butt, we want to bend it back out again. Now that we have the indication of the butt, we can connect those cheeks. Depending on, how the legs are bending, you might have a shape like this, or vice versa. So just think about that. Then from there, again, I think a little bit over halfway, so I like to call it 2/3, but that same line that separates the chest and the shoulders on the front, you can kind of loosely indicate that on the back side as well. Shoulder goes down and connects to it. Same thing, depending on where your arm is going, if it's up, if it's down, left, right. Pay attention to those things. The shoulder meat sits on top of the arm and then wraps around it. And then you just plug this arm again into the cavity, like we were saying over here. Just boop, gets plugged into the body cavity. I think this could come down looking at it. Something like that actually feels better. Anyway, so yeah, the arms get just plugged right into the body cavity. And just for the sake of kind of keeping in with the forms, I'll indicate a little bit of the legs here. It's not leg day, so we're not going to worry about that. The shoulder meat, yeah. And then for now, just because I don't have a better way of indicating it, we're going to leave the shoulder blades just as these straight lines. That'll be good enough. So another solid example. Didn't indicate the hips here, but I mean that's about it. You essentially get it, and if not, you know, you'll start to. But that's it. That shape right there. Oh, you did. You came to a realization today. What is that? What's the dark blue part? Well, I'm so glad you asked. The dark blue part is what I am choosing to kind of describe as the shoulder pads of the body. Let's see if I can grab these lines real quick again. There we go. So the neck being this column, the traps being this indicator, and then the chest, shoulders, and the back part of the traps, I guess, are this. So I like to think of it as the neck and the traps are just being plugged right in to the body. And so, you know, we see it here. Essentially, you've got the shoulder pads, the neck and the traps just getting plopped right on there. Same thing here. You've got this shoulder pad area. Well, the neck and the traps just getting popped, bang bang, right on there. Same thing here. And this isn't, for me personally, I don't think about this when I'm drawing. Like when I'm like, of course when I'm drawing, but I'm not trying to differentiate these things when I'm drawing. More so like, you know, separating and defining the parts of the body that if I needed to, I've got the chest and shoulder pads here, the neck can go here, and then if I really had to, for whatever reason, I could turn, and the hips are their own thing that could get turned. Like all of this just being, you know, its own separate being, right? Where the arms are going to get plugged into this body cavity. The shoulders and chest and stuff is this piece up here. This is all gonna move as one unit. This is all gonna move, except for the legs. I guess I should say. This is all gonna move as one unit, and then the part that I keep kind of referring to as the cavity. This is like the liquid part. You know, this part's gonna twist and bend and spin and stuff like that. And so, for me, the way that I want to think about it, just for the sake of this exercise and practicing and stuff like that, it's nice to think about the shoulders and the back and the chest as this kind of shoulder pad piece where you can just drop the traps in the neck onto, and you see it a lot in drawings like that are like this one, for example, right? This is a good example of those shapes. Right. I can never learn to draw men. I hate everything. Well, if you can draw women, you can draw men, because it's the same thing for the most part. At least the way I think about it, it's the same thing. It's just you're going to feminize or masculinate. You're gonna make masculine or make feminine certain parts of the body. The hips, the chest, the arms, things like that. For example, Cora's body here it's the same foundation. Without this little tail piece here, it's the same foundation for the most part as Mako or as Amon or some of these chi blockers, but when you twist the form, you might pinch in the hips a little bit more, right? Instead of having the chest come off and come down like that, you might have the chest come off and come out like that, right? Other than that, it's all the same pieces, right? Maybe when it gets into maybe when it gets into illustration and rendering and stuff, it's probably for sure a lot harder to, because then you're talking about like really carving out forms and things like that. But for these simplified drawings and things like that, and such and blah blah blah, little soft indicators like this one over here, instead of having the chest come down like this, you might have it come out a little bit more before you come in, right? And of course the body is kind of spinning this way, so you might not see as much chest as you want, but the soft indicator. You are what? I might have missed that. My thing is like, I can't allow myself to draw simplified stuff unless I understand the unsimplified, because I feel like that's just dumb, and like I don't see men a lot. I guess that's why. No, I totally get that. Doing the heads the other day. Yo, what's up, Blondine? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Let's see. Yeah, I get that though, Axel, just because, drawing the heads the other day, I started with like the skull, right? Like trying to like understand all of the like bits and bobs that go into the skull, because I've got this thing on. Like how can I understand the form of the face if I don't understand like what's underneath it, and so then I got into drawing the planes of the face and yada yada yada. So I totally get that. I feel like I don't, for as far as upper body anatomy goes, I feel like, separate from the face, different from the face, me knowing the anatomy, enlarge, I guess we make this black, I guess. I feel as though me knowing the anatomy of the rib cage and stuff like that, that's not gonna change anything for me. That's not gonna do anything like understanding this. Now, for sure though, I will say, understanding some of the musculature and how, for example, like on the rib cage, and then you might have the arm go up, and then you have the skeleton, blah blah blah. Like having an understanding of like how these I can't even remember it, but how like these muscles come around and create the obliques, and then how your abs come down and around and blah 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 blah. Like I could see that helping, but and even the chest, right? But I don't think for my use case it's not necessary, and that that bone looked crazy. It doesn't change anything for me. And then you have the spine. Oh, I don't know this stuff too well. I don't need to know it, and I think that's the thing, right? It's like learn what's important to you. For me, where do I have it? Gesture over anatomy. What bam, right? It's for me. What's important is about indicating the my whole. Look at that, Reginald Jacobs. What's up, bro? But yeah, like it's not super important for me. So I find that I can kind of ignore it and just do like indications. So yeah, that's what I be thinking when I be drawing. What up, man? Because yeah, depending on, really all of these, right? Like all of these are your average athletic male or female presenting bodies, right? Like you can very simply, do a little indicator here, and bam, like, you know what I mean? Now you've got female anatomy, so I wouldn't try and overthink it too much, Axel. I think you could very easily, like when you're drawing like your person, instead of drawing them super hippie, right? Drawing them hippie, constantly giving them a thong, baggy pants and such and stuff like that. Maybe instead what you do is you keep things a little bit straighter for the time being while you're rendering. And then when it comes to indicating, the chest and stuff, instead of drawing boobs, bam, just draw something simple. but anyway, jokes aside, hopefully you see my point, I guess. In that, right? Like you can very easily turn it into, yeah, you could do that too if you wanted. But yeah, you can make it female, male, whatever you want. Just bring the hips in, maybe raise the hips up a little bit or something, and then, God, I need some more practice when it comes to drawing boobs, but it's all about just indicating. So maybe even tuck this part in a little bit more or whatever. So something like this. I don't know. I'm never gonna have to render that too much, so it's all about God, what's the word? Indication, it's just indicating. Indicate. What are you trying to indicate? What are you trying to show? Have you shown it simply? Well, good job. Move on. This is a good one. Some good stuff here. So, after I do this one, just because it is coming up on 3 hours streaming, I'm going to go heat up something to eat super duper quick, and then I'll be back. Just going to mute myself and then run and do that. But, yeah. So, if I were to draw this, start with those, shoulders, hips indicators, come down a little bit below where my hips are. That's where my butt sits. Pop the neck in, show the traps, center line down. Pop those hips in, indicate some butt if you choose to. Gonna show a little bit of the leg just so that there's some indication of the pose. And then from there, kind of that same thing, 2/3. You've got the shoulder. What are the arms doing? In this case, they're kind of pointing in front of the body, so we're not going to get too much out of that one. But is good back practice. It's good practice of drawing the back. Cool. Looks good. Yeah, really starting to feel that, understanding of the upper body and the back. Yeah. Yeah, really, really starting to feel it. I think the one thing I would like to have a better understanding of is the shoulder blades. But I think that'll come with time. What are you trying to get out of this? To put it very simply, the North Star of trying to understand and break down this stuff is understanding. So, building an understanding, learning, about the various parts of the body, breaking them down in a way that makes sense to me. Not just copying, not just tracing, not just going through the motions of drawing. Everyone can draw for fun when they make time for it, illustrate for fun, all that stuff. But when you're studying, I want to make sure that I'm building an understanding. So I want to critically think about these things, and try my hardest to learn about them and break them down and think about them in unique ways. So understanding. After understanding comes imitation, and I hope I spelled this right. So after you build understanding, you can start to imitate. For example, imitating, you saw the other day, when I was like filling in the gaps with some of the drawings, like making them up. For example, this one, here and here, looks cool. It's awesome. It's a cool pose. I like it. The drawing didn't have any of these hands, right? So like I want to challenge myself. Now that I've built the understanding, I want to challenge myself to imitate. And so while doing these studies, using imitation to fill in the gaps and draw things that don't exist, like the hands there. Or there was another one on this page, right here, this drawing. This drawing doesn't have the hand here. I also put a staff earlier, but I'm going to ignore that because it didn't make it to the final version. But there's no hand here, right? And with the upper body, we're not focusing on the legs. I would do legs if I was doing legs today, but I'm not. That's going to be Friday. So focusing only on the upper body parts. The hand isn't drawn here. So again, now that we have built the understanding, let's try working on the imitation. So the imitation being that of replicate, like being able to imitate, replicate, draw in the same style. So you build the understanding, you build the ability to imitate, and then after you can imitate, you can replication. So then I have the ability to, for example, come over here and draw this, or say for example I want to have someone sneaking around. I can quickly do that through the use of the understanding that we've built, right? Okay, I know where to go next from here because I've drawn this, right? I've drawn this over here somewhere through building this understanding. I have done something similar. So what I can do is, get down those things that I know. I know the contours, right? I know the contours of this pose. It might not be entirely accurate just yet, but I know the contours of where I need to get. After that, placing in things that I remember, like those landmarks, like the hips, right? After the hips, you can indicate some of the butt if you want, and some of the legs, things like that. From there, again, the shoulders, and that's kind of it. I won't sit here and I'm not gonna render out this whole thing or whatever, but essentially that's it, right? It's understanding, imitation, replication. Building that understanding so that you can imitate and then replicate. So, to answer your question, that was the long of it. What am I trying to get out of this? That's it. I guess my problem is I'd be wanting to understand everything to a level where I don't need to rely on reference, because me personally, I think it's whack and also annoying to use all of the time, and it's hard to get there. Yeah, I agree. Kind of. There's a little bit there that it's not that I don't fully agree with it or anything like that, but I don't want to have to use reference as well. But reference is necessary, especially in my field, storyboarding, animation, stuff like that. I want to, reference is that's just part of the job, right? Film reference, pose reference, choreography reference. But this is where you need to use both of them at the same time, right? Like use understanding and reference to be able to take the reference of some guy who is, maybe he's striking a pose. He's like, "You fucking want some, mate? I'm gonna beat your butt." He's doing his thing, right? Blah blah blah. And this is how it's shot, and the reference looks cool, but you don't need it like that, right? You want the reference to be somewhere else. Well, now, because you have the understanding and you have this reference, you can essentially, God, it's an extreme example, but you can essentially, build out that same scene through your understanding of anatomy and of the body to get a pose that's in line with your reference, but is now something completely unique. Like you've got this angle that didn't exist before. You took the reference here, and you took your understanding here, and you were able to get something completely unique. So reference isn't a bad thing. I don't think you're not saying that it's a bad thing, but I understand not wanting to use it all the time. But building that understanding of the body and knowing when to use and bend and break reference to your own advantage is important. I don't know. That's how I think about it. Give me just a second. I'm gonna go and heat up some food real quick. Hopefully that makes sense. Again, those are just my thoughts on it, but I feel pretty confident in thinking so. But I'll be right back, super quick.
Man, I don't know why I'm wearing these headphones. Absolutely no reason. Come back like I'm getting on a call with someone. Bro, I'm sitting here looking at my mic, like feedback, and because it's not on Discord, I don't know. Maybe OBS has a, I don't know, a filter or something I can put on it, but there's no noise cancellation, and so you just hear everything, dude. The crack of the I mean, it's sparkling water, but the crack of the soda, the like moving of the chair, the like slight chewing in the background. I'm like, ah, oh, that's so bad. Thinking about making the chili dog the mascot food of the channel. Oh, Kid Caliber? You mean that guy that's constantly eating chili dogs when he streams? Yeah, I know that guy. Bro, I had to. I'm back now. This is the part that gets edited out of the VOD. Just the silence, followed by the occasional gulps or like munching. But yeah, it was real good. No complaints, no notes to the chef. I think the chef killed it. He did a really good job.
Delicious. All right. Why not? I can go over here. Show enough. Okay, so. Oh, no, too far. This page has so many backs. Let's see, I've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7 of these. Let's do a few more. Starting to feel it. Starting to really, really feel confident. You know, I've only done a couple of imagination test type things, but it's looking good. I mean, I can't complain. I'd like better understanding of, again, the scapula, but we're getting there, so it's no biggie. So yeah, once again, if I were to draw this blank, got the shoulder and the hips, the waistline, followed by the contours of the pose into the butt, the neck comes down, the traps come down as well, the center line followed by the indication of some butt cheeks, the hip dips, and then the shoulders. And this, I mean, I don't think I do it in that order exactly. Like when I'm drawing, maybe I should after this or something. But that's not really how I think about it, I guess. The arm plugs into the cavity of the body. Then you have some indication, and that indication is just fine for me. I would like to better understand this, man. I mean, that seems about right. And this is the most accurate shoulder blade I've seen. At least that feels good so far. And then those plug in right there, right into the pocket. I mean, that feels good. Maybe that's a way to think about it. I mean, you can kind of see it here. I feel like you could argue that it's here as well. Same thing. Something like that. Yeah, I mean, seems to be working out. It looks alright. If I had to guess, I mean, that's a pretty good shorthand. So. Excuse me. Yeah, that looks solid. I am pretty happy with that. And so then I think what it would be like, at least my study plans, my study goals for the next week after this is like keep building understanding. I've got the head down enough, I guess I should say. It's not perfect, but I've got head down, upper body seems to be going well, lower body on Friday, and then taking all of these things into the next week and doing just gesture drawing, reference drawing, over and over and over again, doing some like light animation and really, really honing in on the replication, being able to, take what I pick up today and tomorrow and look at a piece of reference, a piece of, material from tons of like unique views, right? Like I want to do like tons of, tons of unique views and try and turn them into things. Contour. Thank you. Boom, 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 boom. Pretty simple stuff. Just, working on everything that we've been working on today. And be able to just take a piece of reference and very quickly turn it into, something like this. That's the goal for next week. Something like that. I don't know. I mean, this isn't perfect. It's not meant to be, but this is an indication of like what I would want to get out of it by this time next week or something like that. I don't know. So hips, contour. I'm going to try and go a little bit faster now. Hips, contour, waist, indicate the center line, the butt, indicate the cheeks if you so desire, neck, traps, shoulders, shoulder blades, arm plugs in to the body cavity, here we have an opportunity to practice something like that. Maybe instead it's feel like either are fine. Better indication of the lats, you know, if you desire, and it's not necessary, so I'm gonna delete it. That's good. I mean, that is a-okay. So man, these colors are looking real pretty together. That's good for those. Here's some really solid shorthand. And you can see a little bit of the indication of some under sketching, which is kind of cool. Contour. So below the hips, waistline, center line. The neck is kind of being shoved up, or shoved like under, I guess. That 2/3 area to make the shoulder, the arm gets just kind of plopped into the cavity that is the torso. The chest is indicated with that simple little thing. Expand these lats out just a little bit more. And that's another quick one I like, is those overlapping shapes. You can really give a sense of like how these lats wrap around just by elongating this chest area here. It's pretty cool. Now it really gives the idea that these like wings are like popping. You can push it as much as or as little as you want. Yeah, good stuff. And finally, the body cavity. Good stuff. Yeah, I like the way that these wings look. They really help to guide that idea. Yeah, almost like this is really this is a really solid breakdown, I guess. Really solid example. I think, at least. solid. I like that. And that's just from memory. That's just building that understanding. Pretty solid, if I do say so myself. Cool. Yeah, that's cool. I like that. Starting to get there. I left my phone in the kitchen. 1 sec. Man, you really just can hear everything on OBS without a noise filter. All right, nice. Really getting there though. Definitely building that understanding. Is that the same blue? I guess so. Oh wait, is it? Yeah, it is. Weird. Looks so much different. Either way, doesn't matter. All right. Yeah, really good shorthand here. I like the way, I like how simplified it is. It's almost like silhouetted. Okay, so once again, if I were gonna draw this, just for myself, more or less. Bam, bam. Follow the contour of the body, what I want to draw, indicate the hips, the pelvis area, the groin, the crotch. It's hidden behind this leg. It's still there, but it's hidden. So we'll give a soft indicator of this leg here and this leg here. Maybe a little bit more, just so that it's fully covering, I guess. Then neck. From the neck, you've got the trap. Go down. Then because we're kind of tilted down, we are going to see that kind of shoulder pad look I was talking about here. As it connects 2/3, I like to do the shoulder indicator. Depending on what the arm is doing, you're going to change the position of this arm's kind of going up a little bit. So let's redo that. But depending on what the arm is doing, you're going to change the position of the shoulder. So for this arm, it's just kind of going straight out. So I'm going to think about that and the shoulder and how this arm connects to the body cavity. Same thing here. Then here, these arms. And these drawings show for only a moment in the final board. And so you just see like how loose these drawings get. I mean, this hand is literally just like that for the most part. The proportions on this forearm go in and out. Yeah, it's very cool. Very cool, I think. Anyway, so now center line, and they didn't indicate the chest. I'm going to, just for the sake of practice and repetition, bang, bang, boom. If you want to do that, do that. And yeah, I mean, let's maybe rotate a little bit. That's it. That's cool. I think I would maybe indicate a little bit more of the lats here, and let that overlapping shape take over right there, just to indicate the wing, I guess, of the lat. So that's all. I'm just gonna rough that in. Then the shoulder pads, if you will. Followed by the arms. Not followed by, it's not, I mean, these aren't steps or anything like that. Just kind of color coordinating these, the pieces of the upper body, right? That's kind of all I'm thinking about. Man, it took so long to, I guess, to put simply, to get to where I can feel confident in drawing these things. And to be fair, I know I'm tracing at the moment, but what we're doing right now is just building understanding. So it is nice not to feel lost, I guess, is kind of my point. Feels good not to feel lost. It's a cool one. So bang, shoulder, bang, waist, the contour contour of those shapes, followed by the hips, the neck, and the center line, the crotch. Indicate just a little bit of the leg, just so that we can follow the pose through. It's kind of the only reason I'm going to do legs on Friday, so. Using those repeating, those common indicators for the chest, so just dink, dink. 2/3 of the way to indicate the shoulder. The arm is getting plugged in, so the shoulder meat is gonna come up and wrap over and around the arm that is getting plugged in. Then the lat and the rear delt are going to wrap back around. Again, you can indicate a little bit of that overlap there. A little bit of the shoulder I want to show. His arm is here as he strikes his pose, fierce. I want to change that. I want it to feel more direct. I don't know, maybe it's kind of what I mean. There we go. Kind of. It's a little bit better, I guess. Better than the original animator that drew it. How dare I say that, but it feels better to me, I guess. Then the arm comes down. I mean, really, that's it. You can have these things if you want them. Not necessary. I might keep them because they look cool. That's kind of it. But yeah, it's cool stuff. Looks nice. And then I'm just going to once again color coordinate and get an idea of the forms in here. That's all I'm really doing when I'm doing this. cool stuff. Really, really getting there. Here's another super solid one. You can actually even see more of the undersketch on this one too, which is really cool. These lines here and here is kind of the shape, which is really nice. Very cool. Center line. Followed by chest. The shoulder is going to be dictated by what your arm is doing. So in this case, the arm is just kind of fanned outward. Same thing over here. The shoulder is going to be dictated by what the arm is doing. In this case, the arm is also kind of fanned outward. These hands are just so cool. So simple. Same thing here. Kind of filling in the gaps based off of other similar hands and stuff. And that's another one down. Oh. Caliber is just Caleb. But I had a friend growing up who I think at the time he had like learned what Excalibur was, And so, because my name was Caleb, he would call me Caleb. And then I think eventually he just started calling me Caliber, hey, Caliber. And so I was like, Caliber, that's cool. And then Kid, I had a football coach growing up when I lived in a different city. Their last name was Kidd. It was Kidd. And I was like, that just sounds cool. Just like, kid. I don't know. It's a cool thing. And come to find out, there's, unfortunately, Kid Caliber is a cool name, I think. It's got some flavor to it. A couple people have said, wow, that's neat. And I'm like, yeah, thanks. But then there's like other kids, like Kidd, online, like Kid something or blank Kid. And I'm like, well, shoot, dude. Now I just feel like another fish in the barrel, kind of. So, completely unintentional. I didn't mean to, imitate anything. Just kind of happened, I guess. Super solid. I'm loving all these. Really cool. If I were to draw this, yeah, right. I mean, without naming a few, there is a few. I mean, even just the people. I think I follow like 2 or 3 different kids, like blank Kid or Kid blank. Yeah. Rip. And the tribes come down. Follow your contours. The hips. And then the crotch. Center line. These arms are pointed up, kind of. I mean, they're elevated, so this changes the position of this line, changes the position of the shoulders as well, as they have to go up to wrap around, using that same repeated line for the chest here. These arms literally just plug into the cavity of the body. And, I mean, there we go. Another one down. Yeah. The real test will be doing this with reference and seeing if I can take some reference pictures and kind of imitate some of the choices that were made in these drawings onto the reference. But I mean, looking at the stuff, I'm feeling confident about it. I'm not struggling as much as I thought I would be. So that's good. But yeah, super decent indication. That's all I'm worried about is indication. back is starting to hurt. Time for some stretches. Yeah, I'm loving the shorthand. It's really feeling solid. Feeling like a really solid way to think about these shapes and forms and such. Super solid. Yeah, the hips feel good. Let's see. Let's take a inventory. I feel confident about the hips. Let's start from the top. We'll say. Goodness, there we go. We'll say neck / trap. We'll say chest. Waist, arms, back. I feel solid with the arms. I feel solid with the waist. I feel solid enough with the chest. I feel like the neck and trap is good for now. It'll probably get tricky when I start bending things and twisting and blah blah blah. But for now it feels good. I mean, no complaints as of yet. And the back is a tricky one because it's essentially exactly like the front of the body. I mean, almost even the way that you indicate these things is a very similar, line. Talked about doing this to, separate the chest and stuff like that. And you have that same kind of shape here in the back. So, I don't know. Maybe I do feel good about the back. Not bad. So yeah, maybe I do feel good about the back. Minus the scapula. Scapula, I would like to have a better understanding of, dude. Anyone that's been here the whole time has heard me just say that, like, almost on, like, alarm every 30 minutes to an hour. Scapula is something I wish I could understand better. Then just do it. Quit yapping about it. Yeah, good stuff here. Some good shorthand here. I mean, yeah, it's really getting there, man. I mean, this one has no indication of I mean, essentially what I mean is like clothing, right? Yo, thank you, man. Appreciate it. It's it's coming along really, really nicely. I'm really starting to feel the effects and the understanding of these. You know, for example, this is kind of I did this one maybe 30 minutes to an hour ago, but really starting to feel out, you know, some of the forms and shapes that exist here, which is cool. So thank you. It's getting there. Starting to feel it. Just kind of going through a little checklist of what I feel confident with. Feel good with the chest. Feel good with the waist, with the arms, with the back. Kind of. A little caveat there. And then I'll do this. And then with the neck and back. But yeah, it's getting there. So yeah, like I was saying, this one, I mean, of course he's gonna have arms and all this stuff, but what I mean is he doesn't have, it's not like this, right? It's not the mannequin. So what I'd like to do is see if I can't quickly indicate some things. So shoulder line, waistline, follow the contours of the chest, of the hips, follow the contour of the back, down. It's gonna feel a little bit more narrow just because he's kind of turned on a little bit of a bias. He is riding something, so his legs will be kind of widened. Push out the neck, find the center line, down the chest, the ribs, belly button, and then into the crotch area, the waist, and the hips sit right about the belly button. And then you have leg 1 and leg 2, leg, 1. If he's like riding this, what appears to be like a bull thing, we'll kind of stick leg 1 there and just kind of call it right that, or something like that. I don't know. I can't see what he's writing. I mean, that's it. And then, I mean, once you get these things down, the contour, and then you have your lines and start indicating where the shoulders sit. What are the arms doing? Are they out or are they down? In this case, they're down. So the shoulder meat is going to essentially wrap down. Same thing over here. So shoulder meat's going to essentially wrap down. Then his hands are going to get in the way. I'm just going to indicate them slightly. Same thing here. That's a cool way to shorthand this. You have the blob, and then you do a little bit of form around the finger. I don't know. That's cool. I like that. That appeals to me. It's a nice way to shorthand that. Same thing here. Blah blah blah. And I mean, essentially that's it. And that's taking what had no indication of mannequin, aside from obviously he's got arms, he's got a chest, blah, 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 and breaking it down into those things that, I've spent the better half of 4 hours. I mean, honestly, all of 4 hours talking about. So that's cool. I'm glad that it's clicking with me so well. Gonna block these out again First, of course, being the neck, and then the trap comes up and over it. We could honestly probably even do something like this. Something like that, just because. Anyway, hips. It's kind of hard to see because he's riding some kind of beast. I wonder if I should do it like this. So like that, and then we have the, just say, we've got the appendages, the arms. And the legs. The chest. And then the cavity, the body cavity, the abdomen, the blah 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 blah. So awesome. I mean, that, man. And drawing with a smaller pin shape also feels really nice. It feels more intentional, I guess. Not to say that, you know, these don't look bad because they're thicker or anything, but I don't know, something about the thinner one looks, you know, looks nicer, looks more final, looks good. This is a cool one. I like that. So again, not to just trace these, just to trace them, but, you know, critically thinking about the study and, you know, studying this, but if the canvas were blank and it was my job to come up with these, you know, thinking about not just following the lines and just blindly going through the motions, but like really thinking about like, how would I break this down? How would I draw it? And so for me on this one, hips, shoulders, follow the contour of the shape until I get to about where the hips are. Same thing over here. Got the chest, following down. These shapes are starting to overlap just because of the foreshortening. Yeah, Kihun Ryu. Yes, studying from the master. And then from there, you know, probably wouldn't do it in these exact steps, but from there, you know, breaking in the trap. And because I don't have this indicated yet, I'm going to hold off on that. I don't want to just blindly follow the line and get ahead of myself. So indicate the neck and some of the rest of the trap, following that center line down until I get to the hips. Now that I'm where I've set my hips to, I'm going to drop in that belly button and think about, okay, how is this, how do the hips rotate around this, these forms, you know, how do they bend and move and rotate? So getting the edge of this plane in. Remember, this is a 3D shape. If I think about that, and wrapping in the forms of this, same thing here with, the crotch now. Get rid of that. And then, okay, so like, what is this arm doing, right? Because that's gonna dictate what the shoulder is doing, and this arm is held up, so the shoulder will be positioned slightly up. So the way that this is going to connect, and now I can start to think about, okay, how does the clavicle connect? Same thing here with the shoulder wrapping over into the chest using these lines that we've become oh so familiar with. This shape, just instead of doing this shape or this shape, it needs to bend around this form, so you're not going to see it. So just I need to remember to think about that while I'm doing it. A little bit of foreshortening here, Same thing with Tarlock and the reins. Or that's not Tarlock. I forget her uncle's name. Whatever her uncle's name is. But same thing with that. Love the way that the shorthand is indicated with just the silhouette of the fist for the most part, and then a couple of form indicators is really cool. It's really, really cool. And then foreshortening, the forearm gets introduced. You have the lat that you can start to indicate, some abdomen or some abs, and then finally the other hand. Cool. Love that. Looks alright. Little bit choppy up in here, but it'll buff out. Such a strong pose. He's like hiding behind himself. Bang. And then the shoulder pads of the upper body. Indicate, it's not really in the drawing, but I want to indicate a little bit of the shoulder here, so I'm going to do it like that, just for me. liking that. I'm gonna do this for. I mean, it's 2:30 now for me. At the moment, I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. I'm gonna do another 30 minutes of these breakdowns, and then I'll probably spend the last little bit doing some like drawing from reference, like find a pose, and then trying to break it down into these simple areas and stuff like that. So if that sounds appealing, stick around. Like this is a nice open chest to think about these things. Boom. Then we get the contours in, followed by the center line of the mass, followed by the waist, oops, and the crotch. From there, clavicle can go in. These arms are pointed down, so the shoulders will follow. The chest overlaps that same line to indicate the chest. Some dope hands. Really, really cool. It's like you get the pinky and the thumb down, and then you can just indicate with the other fingers. It's really cool. So I'll try that on this one. Thumb down, get the pinky down, and then from there, I mean, you can do something like that. You can do that. I mean, it's really cool. It's a really, really cool way to shorthand. This is cool. I don't know what that's from, but that's cool. Neck. The traps wrap around. Not this far. I think they're like actually over here, something like that. Let me change that. Yeah, something like that. Cool, cool, cool. God, I hope that didn't just like come through on the stream so bad. Just me drinking. Yeah. Really cool, simplified stuff in here. Very, very cool. I mean, essentially, these are like, I don't know if there is a technical term for it, but like, I always describe it as like silhouetted drawings. Like, you don't need any of the inner stuff just because you have such an understanding. For example, like, I would imagine, you know, started off as like a head, and you're like, okay, you know, here's my body cavity, here's the contour, like we've been saying. You're gonna soft indicate these things. Crotch, you know, not just the crotch, but the pants are gonna come down a certain amount. Yeah. And then you're able to, this, you know, or that probably comes first, but it's very cool. I love that. I want to get to there. You've got essentially the understanding to omit a bunch of details that you just don't need. It's really cool. Let's get this in. So if I was going to draw this like this with the guy in a somewhat profile view, I would do it like this. Follow the contour of the back. Follow the contours of the chest. Find my waistline. Populate my hips. And then create the cod piece. The Speedo, whatever. You know, from there, what are the arms doing? The arms are coming out, so the shoulders are going to connect and wrap over. It just goes, I mean, that literally is it. You can like indicate other things like the chest here, or maybe some abs if you wanted. I always think of like DC when I see this. Like the DC comic book movies have all the heroes, or just the strong characters, have this kind of like indication of abs. I think it looks really good. You know, if it's necessary, right? Wouldn't be necessary here, I don't think. I mean, these guys are all presumably wearing clothes. I'm pretty sure this is a scene at the South Pole where they're like opening the portal or something like that. So, abs not necessary. But yeah, very cool. Just love this so much. What a fun way to study and like get a really good grasp on these things. Especially this one. I liked drawing this one just because there was not much going on as far as mannequin indication. It's pretty fun. Do this extreme. Some more of that under sketch. It's pretty cool to see. Almost like it was like this when they were sketching it out and drawing it. Center line looks like it kind of wraps around like that. Two-thirds. Arms are going down. So are the shoulders. Oh my goodness, so many. Wow, that's really cool. Yeah, I think that was it. These here, and here. My goodness. contour, contour, find myself at the waist, indicate the hips, indicate the crotch. Find that center line. The arms are going up. Two-thirds. Again, the arms are going up before they come back and plug in. What an easy indicator for abs. It's such a great shorthand to have picked up today. So yeah, indicate the contour, indicate the lat, just slightly, just a slight overlap. Take it a long way, I think. Yeah, I mean, Yeah, really solid. Definitely feel the understanding. I feel the imitation at times. The replication we'll see about. But I think now it's about 4 minutes or so until the top of the hour. So give me just a second. I'm gonna look for some reference, some things to draw from. So tired. My goodness. I've got a book here. So I don't. Actually, I might be able to find a PDF online. Give me just a second. That way you guys can see the. You guys can see the pictures as I draw. So give me just one second. Well, be longer than a second. Got the pose book. I'm just going to, just with the way that OBS is set up, it's not sharing my screen. Actually, I can maybe add another window really quick. Let me see if I can add a source. Browser. Okay. Oh, yep, there it goes. Oh. Wait, no, cancel. Delete. Yeah, not that. Sorry guys, this is relatively new, so give me just a second. Window capture, there we go. Then okay. Something like this, there we go, cool.
awesome. And then if I'm not mistaken, I can just zoom in so that you guys can see. Cool, look at that. I figured it out. How awesome. How awesome is that? Okay. There was one that I had seen that I thought would be a good start. Which is tough. We'll start here, I guess, just so that I'm not looking forever. I don't know if anyone is present for those that are watching, but if you could let me know if this is a good size, like if this looks okay as far as like viewing the reference goes. Looks like it is, but you know, I'm not the one viewing it from a stream, so looks fine for me, but you know, like I said, so. It's tiny, huh? Alright, one sec. I did just resize it, so. It's like a small strip. Yeah, I don't want it to be the whole page or anything. I guess really just as long as you can see. Just as long as you can see. I don't know. Actually, you know what? Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll zoom in like this. And so we'll have it like that. And then from there, what I can do is enlarge it like that. And I would imagine that's probably fine. Stream will catch up here in a second. But yeah, I imagine this is probably chill. All right. Now that I've got that set up, I'm gonna grab some water really quick before getting started. And boom, right there. I've been streaming for 5 hours, so we will go for sure another hour, maybe 2. I usually plan on streaming from about 10 to 5, and it's 3 o'clock right now for me, 3:03. So I've still got a little bit of fight left in me, but I'm gonna grab some water, hydrate, and then I'll be getting on to applying the things that were studied today onto actual reference drawings. So, be right back. All right. And back. My goodness, what a long day. It felt like, I guess. Long day of studying, breaking down these forms. Before I get into drawing from these references, which I gotta say, I am really happy with the way that these. Sorry about the flash there. I was trying to see if I could maximize the view without like getting rid of these this upper portion of information, but that's all right. I'll figure out a better way to do this. But anyway, long day of breaking down these forms, these shapes, and the upper body anatomy to better understand these things. So before I get into trying to draw these reference images, I would like to refresh myself. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. I am definitely proud. I am exhausted. Wow, thank you, dude. I appreciate that. I very much appreciate that. I am slowly feeling confident in getting there. So your words are very nice. I really can't stress enough. I do appreciate that. Let's see. So to go over it again. Yeah. The goal today was to build understanding so that... Wow, what is up with this? There we go. I wish I could hire you for something. I wish you could too, bro. Wow, thank you, dude. I appreciate that. That's really, really, really nice of you. Very sweet. I don't say that lightly. Thank you, Dana. That's very nice of you. So the goal today was to create understanding, right? And what that means, what I wanted to try and achieve with that, was understanding the forms, understanding the tricks, the tips, or maybe the tips, the tricks, the commonly used lines, like this one for the chest, right? Breaking down the clavicle into thirds, and then utilizing the 2/3 for indicating the shoulder as far as the front of the chest goes, things like that, right? Building that understanding, looking at how the neck and the I am so tired. I almost said triceratops, dude. Looking at how the neck and the trapezoid kind of overlap into each other, and more specifically how it kind of plugs into the chest and the upper body. So this was a very cool takeaway. I enjoyed personally getting from that. Same thing, these commonly used lines, like we were talking about, the chest, the shoulders, indicating abs with just these simple little lines. You can do that from a bunch of different areas. For example, here, so on, right? Really, really cool shorthand for indicating abs. So building that understanding, working it into imitation being, again, you can't imitate without having an understanding. Essentially what that is like, it's like watching someone do a dance move and thinking that you can just do the dance move after watching someone do it, right? You ever see someone bust something out and you go, I could do that.
and then you do it and you just look like a fish just flopping around, right? Because you don't have that understanding. So building that understanding so that you can have that imitation. For example, here, like I said earlier, with this pose, the reference was over here, right? And the arms are cut off, we don't see them, but through the understanding that we have achieved of the upper body and the arms and the shapes and the forms that this style of drawing and animation uses, we can essentially imitate what would have gone here. We did that here. We did it, I think, here. Yeah, we did it here with this hand. And we would have done it with legs, but legs will be Friday, so we'll go over legs and kind of tie it all in together on Friday. And we did it, where was it? Oh, here, with this pose. So that comes from understanding, and then you get imitation. And once you have the understanding, you understand the forms, understand all those different commonly used lines and things like that. You get the imitation, and then from there, what we are going to try and accomplish now, or what I guess, I don't know if anyone's drawing along with me, what I am going to try and accomplish to wrap up this study session of the upper body is going to be the replication. And that is going to be breaking down, things. Does it show my mouse on this? I wish it did. It does not. Oh, well. Oh, it does if I click it. Okay, cool. That'll be breaking down, things like this here, and using the understanding that we have built up of the forms, the commonly used things, yada yada, to replicate. So, without further yapping, I'm gonna get on it. And I'm not gonna. These aren't timed. I'm not gonna worry about timing these. For anyone that is, I don't know, drawing along, possibly, right? Or gonna watch this later. I'm not worried about timing these. I think next week when I get into trying to capture gesture and strong key poses and extremes of movements and things like that, I think for sure then I'll worry about trying to capture those poses and those movements with as much energy as quickly as I can. But for now, just slowly thinking about it, breaking these things down, really, really trying to compound the understanding and the imitation and the replication to finish this off. So. Man, I gotta figure out how to dampen the sound on this mic a little bit. Anyway, all right, let's see. We will start a new page here and just kind of go. So, I'm drawing for the Mickey Overlords right now. I did a couple with you though in the margins. I even drew a thick one. Hey, nice, bro. Nice. Thank you, man. You'll have to you don't have to or anything, but for sure if you wanted to share that afterwards, I would love to see. All right, so we're going to start with this one. And just like last time, I'm going to, think about like while I was tracing, I was kind of talking about, not just blindly tracing, but, if I had to redraw this, how would I do it? So I'm going to start this kind of the same way, and hopefully it works out. I've not done any type of drawing in the last month, aside from Monday and today, and just a little bit yesterday. So hopefully this ends up being all right. I'm sure it will be, but so yeah, just kind of looking at this pose, trying to capture the shoulders and the hips, following the contours the body. Once I've gotten to the hips, I'll go into the waist/butt area. Throw in a soft indication for the neck. Indicate that center line, and try and remind myself that the neck and the top of the back arc out. Then you have a little bit of coming in on the lower spine. Depending on the pose, you'll see it more so than others, and then the butt kind of arcs back out. This one, you don't really see it too much, but you do see it a little bit. This pose is pretty twisted, so see something like that. I don't want to overdo it with the legs. I'm not worried about the legs right now, so I'm not going to overcomplicate it and draw the legs. At least not today. And then from there, kind of see what the shoulders and the arms are doing. The arm is up, so that's going to tell me that the shoulder has to be up as well. Same thing with that 2/3 rule. Suggestion, I guess. This arm is going to be down. This arm is going to be up. I see that he is a little bit more turned to look this way. Indicating the lats. Leave it at that, move on to the next one. I'm gonna just quickly jot in these things here. waist. Guess I can show those as well like that. And then the body cavity. So, drawn from reference, not bad. Not bad. Here's a fun one. That's cool. All right. So, same thing, same concept. It's not gonna cut it off, I don't think. All right. Just for me then. That's good. All right. So same thing. You know, with the shoulders and the hips, the contours. He's got his pants pulled up pretty high. His belly button is like underneath his belt. So just kind of think of that. And then following the contours, even though his leg starts to bend out, I can see the like bend of his body kind of like following this arc. So I'm just trying to think of that. Hip comes down, turns into there. It's hard not to indicate too much or too little when you don't, when you're not drawing the legs. Anyway, center line. I'm gonna push this over a little bit. This is a little bit of an extreme right here, and same thing here, 2/3 rule. We have the arm simply just plugs into the cavity that is the upper body. The leg or the shoulders follow. Same kind of rule for the chest. His chest is a little bit, he's a thinner frame, so he doesn't have that like typical, I guess I would say, like lower shelf that you see. I mean, it's there for sure. It's just not as pronounced, I guess. Still gonna indicate it, just because I think that's a good indicator. Bring this down a little bit so that I can show the hand once we get over here. Saying the extreme pose over here, he's really got this like shoulder cocked back, overlapping shape right here. It's just such an easy one to indicate and to get away with. I don't know, I think it looks really appealing. So I'm going to use it. And then, my goodness, this arm is just so cocked back. That we have something like that. I think I sometimes make the arms and stuff a little, not thick, just a little too defined at times. I think sometimes my arms could be a little less developed, and I think it would help. Just gonna check. Looks good to me. Without, putting a head on it and stuff. Maybe I could, just to add with the contrapposto, I can straighten the neck out a little bit. Something like that. And again, this is a kick, right? But because, like, I'm not trying to worry about the legs right now. I don't want to do too much. It's just upper body, so that's what we're doing, right? I gotta say, pretty stoked. This is looking pretty good. I think so. But anyway, pretty happy with how it's coming out. Quickly indicate some of these forms like we've been doing. Yeah, this is looking cool. Just gives it a little bit more depth whenever it's like not colored, but like, I don't know, colored. We don't skip arm day either. Yeah, really cool. I think this pose could use a little bit of those. Ab indicators. Just because, why the hell not, dude? It looks so good and it's so easy to just boop boop, like 1, 2, here's a couple lines, a little bit of shorthand to indicate some abs. Yeah, that's pretty dang cool if I do say so myself. Anyway, let's shrink this one down just a little bit. Yeah. Pretty happy camper. Pretty happy camper indeed. Let's see. Let's go find another one. If I was doing legs, these would be cool. But since I'm not doing legs, I don't want to I don't want to pick a pose that's leg heavy. That's good. Dink, 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 dink. Man, I am just so giddy at how these are turning out. I am very, very pleased. It's the power of studying, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. All right, so this one will be kind of challenging, kind of tough, just because normally when you would mark out, where the shoulders are, where the hips are, you're looking almost like at a flat plane. So it's like easy to kind of indicate those things. This one though, his shoulder is hidden behind his other shoulder, his like body entirely. So it's a little bit harder to indicate. But if I, the way that this poses, his shoulder is slightly above his like waist, like his hip, like perfectly, like for like his, how do I say, like his shoulder, right? If this were like his armpit, is like above this area of the hip. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like when I'm looking at this, when I'm seeing this pose, that's how I'm thinking about it. When I've placed these, this being the shoulder and this being the hip, that's about what I'm thinking. When now relationship wise, like if it's too close or too far, I don't know yet. We'll have to kind of see, but that's what I'm thinking as I'm drawing these lines. So again, follow the contour. One contour being the chest, and how the chest comes down and kind of boop right there, gets into the hips. It's kind of it. And then same thing on the back here, because this isn't an indication of the top plane of his back. This is an indication of the relationship between you know, one shoulder and the other shoulder that you can't see. So I don't want to like get it confused and be like, okay, this is where, you know, his shoulder comes up and we need to follow it along the back, because that's just not accurate, I guess. At least not the way I'm envisioning it at the moment. Excuse me. So anyway, contour the chest. His arm is going up. It's a little bit foreshortened. Just gonna drop in some super slight indicators here. You know, nothing major, nothing defining. Defining as in it's gonna dictate the drawing or anything like that. Even though I just erased everything I put down because of the lines I just added. Ignore me. Contour of the back. And then some crazy rib cage type stuff going on here. And then we get into the butt. I'm going to raise the hips up a little bit because I think I see how I want it now. Arc that. And then get into the hips. Now that I have a good foundation, I would say I'm going to mark out what I'm going to depict as the center line of this shape. Rotate them a little bit more at the top and a little bit less at the bottom. At this point, we can, if it appeals to you, you can mark out the buns and how they sit with each other. His crotch, you can like literally see it in the drawing. Make this leg a little bit smaller as it goes down. I've been skipping. I guess I don't need to. I can cheat a little bit and change the pose up and add a neck. I was gonna add a head, but we haven't added heads for really any of these drawings, so I don't want to like start now, I guess. So bing bang boom, got that. So now the arm, I'm gonna push it back just a little bit so I can get the shoulder in there, and the shoulder it's gonna wrap over and become the chest. I don't need to, I guess, indicate it super. Does need to be indicated, but I don't know about as hard as I have. Okay. From there, we can go back and we can slowly define just a little bit more of this rear delt into the shoulder blade and the lat. This will come down and join into the back, like along there, and time for the other. this neck isn't here, but I'm not gonna draw the head, so I'm gonna cheat and draw a little bit of a neck there like that. And then the arm, Papa Pooey, Papa Pooey. The way that I had the neck before, I think is could be fine, but you know, his neck is in between the shoulders and it's a little high up here. I think it's fine if his like head was like, you know, maybe doing something like that. It's not, so I'm gonna lower it a little bit. Because his chin is like in his chest. Like if I were to draw his head or whatever, you know, his chin is like in his chest. His ear is like up here, whatever. So me drawing this neck is wrong. Kind of like it's there, but I don't know. I'm gonna leave it though. Hand. Try and think of this the same way we did when it comes to drawing the shorthand of, you know, the other characters that we were just drawing. You know, something simple. I think this worked out, but I would even simplify this even more. I think that works out. I'm not gonna, you know, mess with it too much or anything like that. But I would try and simplify that even more. I think something like, I don't know, like something, not literally this, but something like that would have been more than fine. But this is fine too. This ended up being all right. Thank you. I'm glad, man. It's kind of the not really the point. The point is to study, but I guess that this is part of the studying, so it's kind of the point at the same time, but not the. I don't know. It's weird. It is the intention, but it's not the intention. But thank you. Yeah, I enjoy yapping when it comes to this stuff, so I figured this would be a fun way to, you know, show the process and get some more stuff out there that could help individuals that are, you know, learning or whatever. I'm no professional, so I don't want to like give advice, but at the same time I can at least show my own personal like thought process behind what I'm like thinking in the moment. But yeah, this one came out all right. I'm gonna leave it here. It's looking good. Again, gesture over anatomy. Not about it being perfect or otherwise, just a clear indication. And if this were, you know, like the poses, if this was just someone, you know, getting stomped on, this would be more than enough information to get the point across. So You said Mickey Mouse earlier, and man, the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse song has been like stuck in my head since then. Let's see, 5:46. I probably have time. I mean, I was gonna go another hour, but at this point, I'm spent. I want to smoke. I gotta cook dinner later. I'm like, I think, I think 6 hours is a good stream time. I could go one more if I was really, really about it. But I'm a little baby, I guess. Let's see. And then, that's all it boils down to anyway. Your boards are going to be hella clear. I got burned out with boarding and stuff, so I've been on a little hiatus. Yeah, dude. I feel that, not for the sake of being burnt out, but dude, it's been rough trying to get back into it after the holidays, and yeah, I feel that. I think that's a better indicator. Might have to redo that. All right, that's good. Yeah, solid. I'm loving that. I am LOVE. Oh my gosh, I'm not gonna spell. I'm brain dead right now, but I'm loving it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. All right, one more. We got 40, or it's not 40. We got 10 minutes. Not really 10 minutes, but and the industry is still not in a good place. Might have to pivot after this contract. I feel that. Yeah, dude. I mean, use it as an opportunity to, I don't know if you would go back into teaching or if you would try and find some other spot in the industry to work in, but I definitely feel that. I'm of the mindset that, I mean, I don't know. It's a weird one. I'm not gonna lie. It sounds weird to say, but I feel as though I'm of the mindset that, like, if it takes me 5 years, 10 years, or whatever, like boarding and then eventually directing is what I like want to do. So like, I'm just gonna keep working on getting to a point where, like, if there's, say, 100 people working in the industry that are just those goated, individuals that like are always gonna have a job just because their skills are necessary for the limited amount of animation that is being made. Well, then my goal is to become one of those goated individuals. I don't know. That's like super wishful thinking. But I've always kind of thought that, like, if I'm getting passed up on something, or if there's a spot that I didn't get or whatever, I need to develop the skills to where I'm not getting passed up anymore, or something along those lines, right? Like in a healthy way. There's a lot of ways that you can adopt that mentality and like be super unhealthy for your own mental stability and think in that and think in that way. But as long as you're like productive about it and you're not being foolish, you're not thinking, you know, that you're the shit or thinking, negatively about in any capacity. You're just trying to get better. I think it's an okay mindset to have. Like, I want to get so good that I can't get passed up, essentially, right? All right, let's find one more drawing. I'm gonna zoom out real quick so that I can see it better. We'll see if we can't find one more one more pose to really think about these things. Oh man, these look kind of fun. Geez, dude. I don't know. I'm not doing legs though, so I don't want to do like these would be great for like legs, like overlapping shapes and stuff. Like I'm gonna have to come back to these on Friday, because these are really good. But I want to make sure that the poses are good for upper body things specifically. Man, these are really good. Yeah, I need to remember these ones. These are cool. This at the same time, these are such good drawing, like good references for like a ton of different things. I don't want to get something boring that's like just, how do I say? It's like just standing there, right? Like this is a cool, like this is nice for upper body, but I'm not trying to do something super simple. I want to do something challenging. This one, I think the way that the hips spin, you get the rotation. I think we'll do this one. Maybe there's a better one. Nah, this one's fine. All right. Doing this left-handed, so it's like taking a second to get it in a proper spot. Okay. Really stoked with these. Really stoked with these. Let's try and get one final push and get a excuse me, and get a good pose. Need some water, man. I just been talking. Okay. So all right, just like last time, and the time before that, and the time before that, and the time before that. Shoulder indication and hip indication. This is like the inverse, where we had the hips were relatively clearly defined here, and the shoulders were the things we needed to think about. This one is reversed, right? So it's like we need to think about the relationship of the shoulders, yes, but these hips are stacked like on each other in a way that can be a little confusing. So trying to find relationships, right? So like looking at this piece of reference, not only is his neck somewhat above the center of his pelvis, it's not directly above the butt crack. It's not directly above his junk. It's like kind of, relatively in the center of his pelvis, his hips, his waist. His shoulder, which you can't really see, but it's about right here, is in line with the edge of the box that is his hips. That's what I'm gonna say, right? And so if this is that shoulder, right, that's being hidden, and this is the other one, the hips, that box, I'm gonna put somewhere right here. And the hips don't have to line up with the front or the back plane. See, like right here, we can use the side plane, right? Because like the hips are really doing something closer to this if we were doing like just the back plane. And so I'm going to use that as a jumping off point when I'm drawing this one personally. So figuring out those contours. So it's relatively straight down from shoulder to hip, and it's relatively curved from shoulder to hip here. This box indicates, for me, most of the time, the top of the hips. Not all the time, every single time, right? But, excuse me, for the most part, it indicates the tops of the hips for me. So, when I'm looking at this, and I see the relationship of the shoulders and the relationship to the hips, and how the shoulder is kind of like coming off the edge of this hip here, I am creating that box that we have been using, all day long, that weird shape to create the upper body with, right? Now that I have all this down, I'm going to start indicating the butt and the lower portion of the hips, right? Because this shape is, this is a 3D shape, right? We don't have too much form here without these lines. And so if you're not familiar with it, and you don't remember it, then it can be easy to simply just put a straight line here and just go into making the hips. But this shape, remember myself, I guess. I'm talking to myself. I don't mean to be talking like at anyone, but talking to myself. I'm talking these things out. And so, it's important to remember that this shape is 3D, and so this shape isn't going to be straight and then down or up and then down or blah blah blah. The top of the hips is actually going to wrap around the form of the hips, and so something along these lines, right? Because this is a body, and it's got three dimensionality. I don't know. There's a word there somewhere. It's got 3 dimensions, and you need to think about that. I need to remember that. So going back to it, looking at this stuff and how the hips work and stuff like that, going to try and remember that and wrap these hips around the waist and wrap the leg around the butt here and here. And same thing here. His head, you know, is tilted forward, covering this arm. And so his neck is going to be holding on to that. And then come down. So something like this. Something like that. I want to lower this a little bit. Really push this pose, because I don't think I'm pushing it as hard as I could be. Just by looking at it, I guess. So this arm, looking at the relationship between, you know, the drawing, where his hand is. His hand's about here, and his arm comes up, and his elbow sits slightly right above where his hips are. And so that is going to dictate how the shoulders connect to it. Okay. And then same thing here. His arm is coming off of this, just straight out. It's kind of this C-ish shape, something like that. So then, again, this 2/3 line. Oh, my back, man. Something like that. We can bring this in a little bit. As his arm slots into the cavity that is Zabati. I don't want his arm to feel like it's connecting to this point, though. It's connecting into, like, it's slotting into here. And so, I don't know. I just want to, I want to be mindful of that. I want to pay attention. Because just like here, you know, the shoulder pads, it's like slotting into the shoulders. They like wrap around, and so gotta be mindful of that, and the weight and the relationship of the shoulders. Sounds like somebody's butt's flat. What do you mean by that? Explain yourself. Okay. So again, foreshorten. Like if this arm wanted to bend here, of course this would all be squeezed differently, but just thinking about how those connect. That feels a lot better. And it's difficult because, you know, the head and the hair, all of that's being blocked, right? Like being able to draw this comes from the, you know, the understanding that we were talking about today, like building that understanding. Your back hurt, no cushion. Yeah, no cushion. I'm almost done though, getting to the end of the stream. This is the last little breakdown sketch before calling it. So it's almost there. And then I can go do whatever I want. I guess, I don't know. So yeah, let's see. I feel like this, there we go. That feels a lot better. Having it like, I don't know, bend, like bend and wrap around. Yeah, it's like just a little too high. Maybe that it's not too high, but more so that I'm not raising it in the ways that it needs to be lifted up. Just a quick indication of the hand. I know I was technically supposed to talk about hands a little bit, but no sweat. Alright, let's mark that center line again. This one was a good one to end on. It's very tricky. I still don't think I have this upper body entirely accurate. I'm just gonna delete this real quick. Pretty challenging. Pretty challenging indeed. Quick indication of the hands and like this feels right, but at the same time it feels like, I don't know, like it feels like it should be like lower maybe. That feels actually better. Oh my gosh. what you guys think of that. I feel like that's all right. Feels all right. Looks all right. Feels accurate enough. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like it's like close enough. I know that it's like probably a little off in some way or another. But yeah, it feels close enough, and I mean, at the end of the day, that's the job, right? Who would have thought the last one would end up taking another hour anyway? Just, I mean, not really, but just about. Feels like it, at least. Oh. I don't think it looks like it's in perspective. It looks very vertical in a 3D space. Your mom and I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Not enough. Yeah, I ended up rotating the hips out. I see now. The hips were supposed to be like really like pushed, and then I ended up just doing like a normal set of hips, just about. I don't know. Hard to put it into perspective, huh? When I messed it up the first time. I see what you're saying, though. I see what you're saying. How could I fix that? Lower this. That did help a little bit. Seeing the top of the hip. Yeah, no, I definitely see what you're saying now. I feel like I'm curious, I guess, because I wonder. Well, no, because the way that I have it now is his head would, be like that, and it needs to. Yeah, I definitely see what you're saying, Axel. I definitely see what you're saying. Yeah, dude. Thank you so much for hanging out, Dana. I will catch you later, my dude. I really appreciate you stopping by and chatting with me. I'm just so brain dead right now. No, I entirely see what you're saying though, Axel. I don't know if I have an immediate, like, easy fix though. Like cheating it like, oh, there we go. Cheating it like this, helps, I feel like. Dude. Righteous, righteous. Dude is my father. I'm little dude. Anyway, redraw it? Nah, dude. No way. I'm not gonna redraw it. Heck no. Redraw it in perspective. How about you draw it with me, and then we'll see. Clear, bing, bang, boom. I've been drawing skeletons for the past hour. My brain's numb, dude. I feel that so much. I am so getting to the end of my rope, man. Yeah, so if I were to leave this one here, grab this one, for sure the upper body could get reorganized, the forearm could get reorganized. This over here could get reorganized. Because he's got this jacket on, and I wonder how much of it is being affected by the bends and the folds and all that, you know, nonsense stuff. Leg was made way too big. this feels a lot better. And then this. Could come down. Or maybe not. I mean, maybe, yeah, maybe so. Yeah. Yeah, that was a tough one. That was a tough one. Definitely we'll have to just try that again later. Cool. And we will just leave it at that. Sucks. No, this one's not accurate, but at least the shapes and the forms are good, and to an extent, that is the important part. But it's alright. It's only week 1, day 2 of getting these things down, so can't fault myself too hard for struggling with these concepts. Cool. This one ended up being massive compared to the other ones, but not bad. Not bad. This is what we ended up with before our stream is over. Building that understanding, then the imitation, and then the replication. So this is the replication. After breaking down, let me get back to it. after breaking down, oh yeah, there we go. After breaking down the upper body, studying from these poses, these figures, trying to understand common lines, common shorthand, frequently used shorthand and lines to indicate some of these forms. So these are what we did today. Dink, dink, and dink. Getting that understanding of the neck and the traps and slotting them into the shoulder pads of the upper body, and now being able to replicate. So these were cool. This one we definitely struggled with. I struggled with at the end. You know, like Axel said, flattened the crap out of it, did a terrible job capturing the perspective. The forms look okay. I mean, you know, all the business of it looks alright. But just getting better about twisting, bending, breaking, and rotating these forms in perspective in the 3D mindset on a 2D plane. Very difficult. But I'll get there. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's plenty of the same series of pose books that are clothless. If you wanted to get those. but yeah, some of these, you know, the ones that I have are clothed, for sure. All right. So yeah, with that, I'm so tired. I'm so done. So I'm gonna call it there. Thank you so much for studying along with me and figuring some things out with the upper body. It was a blast getting to chat with you guys, and yeah, I will see you again Friday for lower body. Catch you later.